panel. The state attorneys prayed the jury to return a guilty verdict against the two teenage boys who murdered 10-year-old Ishmael Mensah Abdallah on the Saturday of April 3, 2021. The then 15-year-old boy confessed to the crime, but Nicholas Kinney insisted on his innocence the entire trial. In closing address, State Attorney Nana Adoma Osei submitted that prosecution successfully proved that the convict intentionally caused the death of the late Mensah Abdallah by unlawful harm and should be found guilty on both counts of conspiracy and murder. According to Ms. Adoma Osei, the two lured the deceased into an uncompleted building after making him to believe that they had a video game for him. After luring him to the said building, the juvenile told the deceased to retrieve the video game from a sack. When the deceased bent over to pick the sack, Nicholas Kinney, who laid ambush in the same building, hit his head with the wooden part of a pickaxe. The further used a cement block to hit him and later buried him in the building. They had initially planned to kidnap the deceased and take him to a ritualist but was unsuccessful. The prosecution said the juvenile was remorseful and confessed to the crime, unlike Nicholas. Madam Osei urged the jury to believe the testimonies of the prosecution witnesses, submitting that the prosecution has been able to adduce enough evidence to establish the guilt of the two boys. In his address to the jurors, lawyer for the juvenile, Samuel Echia, said his client has confessed to the crime and pleaded that the panel return a verdict of not guilty. Lawyer for the second convict, Lawrence Boampong, said Nicholas denied the charges and told the court that he was not at the crime scene. The lawyer said the burden on the prosecution to prove the guilt of his client failed. Mr. Boampong further submitted that the confession statement of the juvenile against his client cannot be used against him.
Justices of the High Court have been sensitized to current trends in insurance laws and regulations by the National Insurance Commission. This is to equip the judiciary to handle insurance-related cases more effectively. The one-day event took place in Accra.
The training brought together justices of the Court of Appeal, justices of the High Court, executives of the insurance industry, and officials of the National Insurance Commission. Participants were sensitized to key aspects of insurance law, claims management, and the resolution of insurance disputes. Discussions covered emerging trends in the insurance sector, the legal framework governing insurance in Ghana, and the role of the judiciary in ensuring the fair administration of justice in insurance cases. The director of the Judicial Training Institute, Justice Tanko Amadou, was grateful for insight into current trends in the insurance industry and acknowledged the value addition to their judicial responsibilities.
The law of insurance is specially designed. As judges, we require conscious and special expertise of the subject to facilitate sound and profound decisions in determining the rights of the contracting parties.
The Acting Commissioner of Insurance, Mr. Michael Ando, emphasized the importance of such workshops in enhancing the judiciary's capacity to adjudicate insurance disputes.
Policyholders, other insurance stakeholders have grievances which need to be redressed, and usually the redress is through the law court, and it's important for the judges of the court to be updated on what's happening in the industry, so when they have cases on their hand, they will be guided by correct, up-to-date information, laws, regulations, practices, so they can administer justice in that sector.
Certificates of participation were presented to the justices. The NIC reiterated its commitment to continue with such engagements with the judiciary to foster a robust legal environment that supports the development of the insurance sector in Ghana.
Leadership of the Public Service Workers Union PSW has asked members to stand by to suspend their strike as they await formal communication from the National Labour Commission. The leadership says its meeting with the Commission and fair wages gives some hope, but the strike still continues until they receive a formal communication from the Commission after they sit down with them. On Wednesday, the Labour Commission, in a meeting with the PSW, appealed to the workers to suspend their strike for negotiations on their demands to begin. The workers are asking for institutional-based allowances to be paid them as required under the single-spine salary structure. The National Labour Commission and the Fair Wages and Salaries Commission invited the leadership of the Public Service Workers Union (PSWU) to discuss the union's ongoing strike. The Labour Commission directed the workers to suspend their strike as the Fair Wages Commission is ready to sit down with the union to consider their demands. At an earlier meeting, PSWU indicated its intention to go back and have a further discussion with its management council before a decision could be taken. But when leadership met with its members on Thursday, they said the strike would only be suspended if a written communication was received from the Labour Commission for the intended negotiations to begin. The Deputy General Secretary of the Public Service Workers Union, Mr. John Sampa, noted that when their subsequent negotiations began, the Labour Commission must give timelines as to when their demands would be met.
Yesterday's meeting was quite objective and frank discussion. The Labour Commission recognized the special position of the Public Services Workers Union and the fact that it is unfair for our people to be treated in the manner that we have been treated. The Fair Wages also defended itself but considered that for a number of our members that don't have allowances, they agree that they deserve some form of allowance, but they needed mandate, clear mandate from the Ministry of Finance. They show a letter to the effect that they have requested same from the Minister of Finance, and they are looking forward that within the 1 week that has been given to them, they will be able to engage us and come to some consensus on our condition of service. Our position is very clear from the membership. It's very clear that we should not withdraw the action, but we could suspend it, so that if it doesn't go well, we can easily trigger the process of reactivating the industrial action. This is quite fair, and we are looking forward to receive the written communication from the Labour Commission upon which we can stand to call off or suspend the strike action.
While some of the workers complained of threats from management of the institutions, the PSWU leadership emboldened the workers to continue to fight with them together until their demands were met. Owners of the following media houses are invited to a discussion with the National Media Commission on the regulatory implications on their broadcast content on Thursday, October 31, 2024 at 10 a.m. The venue is at International Press Center. They include Adrenpa TV, Asomfo TV, Elephant TV, XTV, Benedict TV, AB TV, Express TV, Enidasopa TV, Akasanoma TV, Diamond TV, TV Magic, VIP TV, Breeze TV, Starboy TV, Big TV, Today's TV, Passion TV, Funny TV, Best TV, Simple TV, Energy TV, Lucky TV, Inkabom TV, Seekers TV, Fly TV, Majorful TV, Hennes TV, Rank TV, ATV, Movement TV, Servant TV, Instruma TV, Unique TV, Home TV, Kuma Plus TV, Eagle TV, Advice TV, Golden TV, Garden TV, Goodness TV, Europa TV, and Radio. Kindly note the date, time, and venue of the event. President Akufo-Addo is set to break the ground to begin the construction of a $450 million manganese process plant at the Nsuta in the western region. The facility, a partnership between Ghana and China, will add value to her green mineral, a vital commodity for the infrastructure battery used in electrical vehicles in all quest to make Ghana a mining hub. The sector minister, Mr. Samuel Abujinapo, has told the Ghana Manganese Company ahead of the ceremony.
Ghana sits among the leading producers of manganese globally, but for years has exported over 90% of her ore in its raw state. The coming on stream of the refinery will mark a significant shift in the harnessing of the country's resources to value addition based, increase revenue generation, create jobs, and further empower the local economy. Nexia Tianyuan Manganese Industry Group Company, the Chinese parent company of Ghana Manganese Company, will put up the refinery. Managing Director of the Ghana Manganese Company, Mr. Jerjan Ejendal, said all is set for the takeoff of the plant, and that will come with huge investments and revamping of the company.
The importance of bringing the refinery and doing value addition is creating enormous wealth. I mean, you make savings in your operations in the one hand, you export pure high-grade manganese, your shipping costs, everything becomes more competitive, we open up new markets, and therefore the forex revenue base that we can create to the country will be enormous.
Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, Mr. Samuel Jinapos, said the processes of the takeoff of the project are at the concluding stages and awaiting parliamentary approval for the fiscal regime. He is confident the refinery will certainly improve the contributions of the Ghana Manganese Company to the country's economy when the furnace is turned on for work to start.
The manganese that is mined here in Ghana Manganese will have value addition, will add value to it, and will not export it in its raw form again. And that will mean that Ghana will be participating at the highest end of the value chain, which will have enormous positive implications for our national economy.
The landmark salt curtain is scheduled for November 21, 2024 in the Western region.
On the foreign front, Mozambique's ruling party, Frelimo, has won the country's divisive, violence-mad election, extending its 49-year grip on power in the southern African nation. According to official results, Mr. Daniel Champo, Frelimo's relatively unknown presidential candidate, seen as an agent of change, will replace Felipe Nyusi, who has served 2 terms. At 47, Champo, who gained 71% of the vote, will be the first president born after independence in 1975. His closest challenger, Venancio, got 20%. Following the announcement of the results, there have been violent protests in several towns and a number of people have been killed. There are also heavy police presence in some areas. The Commonwealth Ministerial Meeting on Small States convened in Apia, Samoa, and the meeting held in the sidelines of the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting highlighted the urgent need to tackle economic vulnerability, climate change, access to sustainable finance, debt distress, key challenges faced by the world's smallest and most vulnerable nations.
33 of the world's 42 small states are Commonwealth members. With a population of 218,000, Samoa automatically falls in this category. Some of the challenges facing small states are limited access to development finance and disproportionate impact of natural disasters and climate change. The 2024 Chogun therefore found it worthy to give a special place to the Ministers' Meeting on Small States. The outgoing Secretary General of the Commonwealth Party of Scotland said the Secretariat will continue to extend support to vulnerable states.
The clear priority is to reform the global financial architecture. One of our own is in the driving seat through the Bridgetown Initiative, calling for the overhaul of the international financial system. And we are having an impact. The latest iteration was released in time for the UN SIDS 4 conference, which was held in Antigua and Barbuda.
The Prime Minister of Samoa, Fiami Naomi Matafa, said the meeting comes at a defining moment in history when the effects of climate change are no longer distant threats. She added that the climate change is at the doorsteps of humanity, disrupting lives and livelihoods with intensifying frequency and severity, especially in the Pacific, where sea levels in some countries are rising 4 times faster than the global average.
When Vanuatu was struck by back-to-back tropical cyclones Judy and Cayman, causing widespread destruction. Additionally, many of our Pacific islands continue to be affected by flooding events, as well as the impacts of rising sea temperatures.
A related development, the 66th Commonwealth Ministerial Action Group CMAG also met behind closed doors. The ministers welcomed the work of the Secretariat on strengthening democratic institutions and the rule of law in member states through election observer missions, public sector governance reforms, among others. CMAG is made up of a rotating group of foreign ministers from 8 countries, drawn from different regions of the Commonwealth. The latest meeting saw foreign ministers from Ghana, Barbados, Canada, Malta, Rwanda, Malaysia, Mauritius, and Belize. Edward Nyakun, reporting for GBC News.
For today as well as over the weekend because the weather is still on strike. But let's have the Excel Thursday winning numbers for Alpha Lotto. The Alpha Lotto winning numbers for Thursday Excel 57, 45, 7, 40, 16. The Alpha Lotto winning numbers for Thursday Excel again 57, 57, 45, 45, single 7, 40, 40, and 16, 1, 6. What is happening on our breakfast show this morning? Don't go away after this break.
butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. You're chilling when the rain.
Hashtag stop Galamsey now. 2 months to Christmas Day. 43 days to Election Day. 73 days to the end of the Akufo-Addo administration, second term, and 20 minutes away from cooking plantain waffles with premium gizzard sauce, washing it down with couples drink. This is my people from CBD. I love them. Good morning, welcome to the show. My name is Kafu Day. How you day? Everything all right? You good? I'm good. It's a chill Friday, so I'll be cooking, then I'll be jamming. There's a band, special band, and you will know. You'll see for yourself when they land. Humble International Band will be entertaining us. And in between there somewhere, we have an exclusive conversation with the running mate of Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh, former Energy and Education Minister, MP for one of the seats, which begins with an M in the Ashanti region. It's me, yeah. So that's coming up. WhatsApp number if you want to give us your thoughts this morning, 055-556-1034. These are my weapons that I'll be using to execute the recipe in a couple of minutes. Fire! Matiti, what's up?
These are weapons, dear. I like it because it will be tasty when in 20 minutes or 30 minutes time when you're serving us the delicious food. I can't even mention what Constance and Erica are cooking because it's a whole lot, like it's a big deal. So you don't want to stay tuned for that. I am Altiti Saida Sadek, and today we'll be sitting with the ladies for the headlines. You know how we do it on Fridays. Big stories have happened over the week, the biggest being Parliament suspension indefinitely, and so we'll be picking their thoughts on that and all the happenings on the headlines when I say to the ladies at 7:30. Make a date, send us your questions and your comments when the reps of the parties take the table on 055-556-1034. That's what's happening on my side. That's a chill Friday. Relax, enjoy, keep us company. Let us keep you company. Jay, how are you keeping our viewers company today?
Well, for my side of things, we are celebrating the 8th Ghana Energy Awards, celebrating excellence and innovation within the energy sector of Ghana. So that conversation coming up. And of course, I will bring you all the latest trends on the social media corner. But just before all that, we have the quote of the day, very inspiring one from Paul Kagame. And Kafu is showing me his weapons. I must say I'm very scared, but yet I'm looking forward to the waffles and everything. So, Kafu, what's happening?
You are warned.
I just knew it.
I like that one. It's a food warning. It's a food warning. I like it.
Food, you're warned, you're warned. Watch out, we'll be back very soon.
We are not violent people.
No. Food violence is a nice thing.
Be that.
Well,
Some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain.
Savra, that GTV boy, and let's take the quote of the day before we begin our conversations for the day. Here it comes. Africa's story has been written by others. We need to own our problems and solutions and write our story. That quote coming from Paul Kagame, very interesting and inspiring quote, because you know for Africa, our story, if it's being told by others, of course, it's not going to help us. So please, we need to start writing our own stories, and we urge our leaders to write their autobiographies and stuff like that, so the youth that come later, the later generations, can learn from them. Let's write our own stories, basically. So that's our motivational message for you today. And now, move on to the 8th Ghana Energy Awards, which will be held today, celebrating excellence and innovation within the energy sector of Ghana. I'm seated with Cornelius Kwame Atiase, who is the Deputy Manager, Corporate Communications, Ghana Energy Awards. Good morning, Cornelius, and welcome.
Good morning, Jay.
Your title almost stripped my tongue.
It's understandable.
It's understandable. So it's the 8th Ghana Energy Awards. We've been doing this for 8 years now. This is the 8th edition. Tell us everything we need to know.
Okay. Good morning to your viewers once more. The Ghana Energy Awards was incepted in 2017. And the idea behind the award scheme is to recognize and celebrate companies, institutions, and individuals that are contributing meaningfully to Ghana's energy development. Our platform also seeks to encourage sector players to attain global standards and excellence in their operations. The event is organized by the Energy Media Group, and to ensure we are in bed with the right stakeholders is endorsed by the Ministry of Energy, its allied agencies, and the World Energy Council of Ghana.
Oh, okay.
As you mentioned, this year's edition is the 8th edition, and for 7 years running, we've given our best to ensure that the award stands tall amongst others. In terms of our journey, what I would say is sector players can attest to our growth over the years, and with the vision behind the awards to create a more inclusive platform to recognize the many contributions in the sector, as well as creating a platform that's relevant to the development of the sector, we've been able to increase participation from sector players over the years. And so today, we have over 150 companies that participate in our awards each year.
Oh, really?
Yes, and I believe that's a testament to our growing relevance in the sector. We haven't been able to achieve all that just by ourselves, but most importantly, God has led the way, and I must say we have to acknowledge the efforts of the Almighty God in whatever we've done. On the human side of things, we'd also acknowledge the support we've had from the Ministry of Energy, the World Energy Council, and our industry partners. But if you permit me, I'd also like to acknowledge the industry partners. I have a list of them that I have to.
How many are there?
It's a tall list.
But just if you're wrapping up the conversation, I'll give you a chance to do that. So tell us about the theme for this year's celebration, this year's awards.
So one thing that sets the Ghana Energy Awards apart from other schemes is our themes that we select each year. And the awarding panel, the award secretariat, sat down, reflected on things happening in the sector and seeing the challenges that we are facing as a sector. And one thing that came on board in terms of the energy sector in Africa is we realized that Africa has long struggled with significant challenges in its energy sectors, and this has primarily stemmed from lack of technical expertise, lack of local funding and ownership. And so historically, this has led to a heavy reliance on foreign investment and expertise. However, this has been beneficial in the short term, but in the long term, it hasn't always fostered sustainable growth or empowered local communities. So to address this, several African countries came up with what we call local content policies. Okay. Now, these policies are designed to bolster the participation of local workers and companies in the energy sectors of these respective countries. The idea behind this is to ensure that a greater share of the benefits derived from these policies remain within the host countries.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And this is expected to drive economic growth, build technical capacity, and also reduce dependency on foreign investment and expertise. Ghana in particular has made notable strides in this regard. The energy sector we have today is largely shaped by some of these policies and initiatives. And so our theme for this year, which is the role of local content in building Ghana's energy sector, is one we believe that is both timely.
The role of local content in
building Ghana's energy sector,
okay,
is one we believe is both timely and significant. So on our part as an award scheme, we believe that by recognizing the progress that we have made as a country in our local content journey, and by celebrating companies, individuals and institutions that have contributed to this progress, then we are highlighting the tangible benefits of these local content policies and initiatives, thereby encouraging others to follow suit and help support and enhance these policies and initiatives. And in the long term, what we are going to get from that or achieve from that is a more resilient and a more sustainable energy sector.
Yeah, so some of the submissions you got this year, did they reflect this theme? Did you have to give the people, the company, the sector partners, bringing in their submissions, did you have to tell them about the theme so that it's all in line?
Yes, so each year before we launch the awards for the year, we have a media event where we outdoor the theme and the award categories for the year, and the sector players are invited to this event. And so right from day one, this theme was outdoor to them and explained to them, and the objective that we sought to achieve with the theme was also shared with them. This year, by virtue of the theme that we selected, we had to introduce additional categories to recognize efforts in our local content journey. And so categories for this year are 25 competitive award categories. And these cut across the various subsectors in the energy sector, that's the power sector, the petroleum sector, and the renewable subsector. Now, some of these categories include the Energy Personality of the Year, which is our Apex Award, the CEO of the Year, Local Content Leadership Award, Local Content Touchbearer Excellence Award, Energy Advocate of the Year, Energy Think Tank of the Year, for our friends in the media, the Energy Reporter of the Year, and several other categories. In terms of the submissions that came in for these categories, I must say it was impressive. This year's submissions is a record high.
Oh, wow.
We had
500?
Over 500 plus.
500,
yes, coming in between the June to August nomination window.
And was that not too short, or it's fine?
Usually we give them a 3 months window, and usually the event is actually held in November. But by virtue of us being in an election year, we have to bring it forward to October to ensure that everyone can actively participate in the event as usual.
Can you share with us the event details, like the time, the venue, and all that? Who can come? Some of the dignitaries passing through and all that.
Okay, so for the 8th Ghana Energy Awards, it's taking place tomorrow. That's on at the Labadi Beach Hotel. Sorry, the Labadi Beach Hotel is taking place today. Actually, sorry, forgive me. Yes.
For a second, you had me going back.
It's taking place today at the Labadi Beach Hotel. Yes, and it's this evening. Time is 6:30 p.m. So let me clear it again. It's taking place today at the Labadi Beach Hotel, 6:30 p.m. And the special guest of honor is Osabere Makwesiata II. That's the Omanhene of the Ogua traditional area. Other distinguished guests that would be in attendance are the former Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Justice Theodora Wood. We also have the Minister of State at the Minister of State at the Ministry of Energy, that's Honorable Herbert Krapper. And then we would also have Andrew Vickers, that's the Senior Partner in charge of Communications and Engagement at the World Energy Council. And aside, I would also have reps from the international community, as well as supranational organizations participating in the event. For tickets, is open to all. For our nominees who have been shortlisted for the event, they get access to free tickets, that's complimentary tickets, so that they can actively participate in the event. But for others who want to be at the event and also help us celebrate excellence in Ghana's energy sector, you'd have to purchase tickets from the award secretariat, and that can be done by contacting us on 030-3940-300, 030-3940-300, or via email, that's info@GhanaEnergyAwards.com.
So I'll give you a chance to give me your list, but before you do all that, we're wrapping up the conversation. So this year's event, what should attendees be looking forward to? And then you can go into your list. You have approximately a minute.
So what I'll say is that sector players can continue to trust in our commitments as organizers and on our award secretariat to deliver a top-notch event. Each year we strive to create an event that is better than the previous one. And so tonight at the Labadi Beach Hotel, everyone should be there. Don't miss it, and make sure you are there to celebrate excellence with us. For our industry partners whom I would like to acknowledge, these include the Ghana Gas, Volta River Authority, Guipo Authority, Gold PLC, Energy Technology, Energy Commission, NPA, BOST, PRC, ECG, AOMC, Sunan Asogli Power, COPEC, Petroleum Commission, JK Hogley Transport and Company, and Petrosol Platinum Energy.
Thank you so much, Cornelius Kwame. So this is the Deputy Manager of Corporate Communications Ghana Energy Awards, who was my guest this morning, speaking about the 8th Ghana Energy Awards happening today at the Labadi Beach Hotel. Thank you so much for passing through this morning. And just before we go, we are cooking something in the kitchen, premium plantain waffles. Or this plantain waffles and premium gizzard. You know what? Let's go on a break. When we come back, we prepare our meal. Please stay with us.
Don't leave me high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Can't twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you got me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly.
Girl, I'm saying now is the hashtag. The other hashtag is start cooking immediately. And I'm here with my people who come up with all these names. In fact, it's not my people, it's you, my person, who comes up with these names. She's called Erica, and she comes up with all these names. And Constance just allows her to drop these names on us. We've eaten all kinds of things, and today we're cooking what? Say it yourself. Say it yourself.
Plantain waffles.
Plantain waffles.
Yes.
Okay.
And then premium gizzard.
With premium gizzard sauce and what?
Couples drink.
Couples drink. So if you're a bachelor, you can't drink this drink. Jay, you can't drink this one, man. You're a bachelor. Okay, Cakes Boutique and Deco. You are based in Tetegu.
Yep.
And you do what?
We are into interior and exterior decor, pastries, and then cookery.
Okay. Yeah. And crazy food names.
And creating amazing things.
Okay, so tell us, what are the recipe, the ingredients first of all, and then we can go to our food.
So for the ingredient for the premium sauce, it's gizzard, pickled gizzard.
This is a gizzard?
Yes.
Okay.
And then stir fry and tomato sauce.
Which is that?
Yeah, that's that. And then honey.
You got some honey here?
Yeah.
Okay.
To mix up with it.
Right.
Okay. And then with our waffles, we have our mashed plantain, fried plantains. We're going to season it with ginger, pepper, and also local herbs.
Where are the local herbs? This one?
Local herbs.
Local herbs.
Yes.
Okay.
We're going to add veggies to it. Add veggies to it. Right. Flour to thicken it.
Flour?
Yeah. And then egg to nourish the taste.
Egg?
Palm oil.
Palm oil?
Yep.
Wow. So ingredients, what's the cost?
Oh, for the cost of the ingredients, it costs about 180 cedis.
And to serve how many people?
To serve about 6 people.
Okay, let's go. Okay. Start cooking immediately.
Hashtag.
Okay.
First off, we're going to drop our oil in here.
In fact, I found a new name for CBD.
Okay.
A new slogan.
Okay.
CBD, hashtag cook beautiful dishes.
Now.
CBD.
No.
CBD. Cook beautiful dishes.
No.
You like it?
I like it.
Yes.
Do you like it?
Yes. Cakes Boutique Deco. Cook beautiful dishes. So let me stand here.
Okay.
So I can help you.
Yep.
All right. So this is just your oil.
Yeah. Just going to drop onions in it.
Okay.
To enhance the aroma. A bit of green pepper in there.
Right. On Fridays when I'm coming here, the only thing I put in my mouth is toothpaste.
Sorry for seeing
no food.
Something is going to happen.
Yeah, magic's going to happen. Yeah.
We're going to drop our
gizzard.
Gizzard, yeah.
Okay. Which animal provided this gizzard? Chicken. Can you eat goat gizzard too?
It was nice.
It was nice,
I just wanted to nice.
It was chicken gizzard.
Yes.
Will you keep the stock for something else?
We'll add a little of the stock.
Okay. This is what they call the spare parts of the chicken.
Yes.
Spare parts.
Spare part of the
Chicken and basokai. Also on magazine.
We're going to season it with some white pepper.
White pepper.
Little water to incorporate the taste in it.
Okay.
Now you're going to add the honey.
Honey?
Yes.
Some people call their sweetheart honey. Oh, honey? Or is it old school?
It's not old school.
It's not honey, right?
She started
It doesn't spoil, right?
Yeah.
Honey? Oh, honey.
Actually preserve it. Okay, and I'm going to add our tomato sauce.
Tomato sauce.
Going down.
Going down, right. Hashtag CBD.
Yep.
Cook dishes.
Now.
Yes. Cake the piece and butter.
Just it.
Okay.
Okay.
And what's next?
Add a bit of our flour to bind everything together. We don't want to lose any stuff.
Okay.
And we add a bit of this chili sauce. So this chili sauce is made out of pepper, onion, a little garlic. We blend it with oil. So we didn't add water. We blend everything with oil and a little of the salt in it.
Okay.
So add a bit of that to make it spicy.
Okay. You guys have a YouTube channel?
Yep.
And TikTok?
Yep.
Yes. All the stuff's going there, right?
Everything is going there.
One time.
If you want a full recipe, just go. We also put the links there so you can easily see everything we do here and more. It's cake boutique and decor.
Yes. I don't know why I haven't followed you on TikTok. I'll do it today.
Love it.
Yeah.
You can sleep there.
Yes. One time.
I'll give you single room there.
One time. No rent.
No rent. And free.
Yes.
Okay, so our premium gizzard sauce is ready.
So that's our premium gizzard sauce.
Very easy, simple,
Okay.
tasty,
Yes.
and spicy. Okay, now to our waffles.
Waffles.
Yep. So with the waffles, you know, it's just like the kaklo process. Just that we don't want the usual kaklo, we've been eating usual kaklo, so we just want to change the look. So the kaklo process in the waffle machine. Easy.
Okay. Why not?
Alright.
So, I don't know what to do, so you show me. I just stir.
Yes,
That's easy enough. So this is just plantain, right?
It's just plantain.
Very ripe.
Very ripe.
Overripe plantain.
Overripe plantain.
And what do you do to it to get it to this level?
You blend it.
Okay.
You blend half of it and then you mash the other half so that you can have the lumps in it.
What are you mashing it with?
Or you can use a blender or you can use your masher.
Okay.
If you don't have, you can also use the local masher. It's still okay. Yes, so now we're doing other local herbs. So local spice. To give it a nice local aroma.
I'm just curious, do you have a name for next week's recipe already? Erica.
Still planning it.
Still planning it.
Ginger powder. You can choose to grind ginger and add.
This thing smells like Kelly with it. And this is black pepper, red pepper. I feel it getting thicker.
Yes. Okay, then add palm oil to the margarine.
Wow.
You give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry.
Herbs. Okay.
And we're going to add some veggies.
Veggies inside the waffles.
The carrot, green pepper, onions, chopped yellow peppers.
Don't worry, my camera people. That's why I said very disciplined man, but right now, I really don't. I'm worried for him. Camera 3.
We're going to add flour to thicken the base. So I'm just going to sprinkle it on it.
It's not even funny.
So when you're done with everything, you just have to
Why?
What do you do?
So this is what it look like.
Yeah.
And you're gonna add it to the green sauce. You are? You're gonna serve it. Okay, this is the waffle maker.
Yeah.
Let's see if I get the waffles. These are kind of like square shapes, right?
Different shapes.
And then you cover it. For how long?
Well, the machine is automatic.
Oh, so it will tell. Okay.
It will just go up.
Okay, it's on now? Yeah, it's on. No noise? It's just working?
Yeah, it's working.
Okay, that's how it should work. No noise. Okay. So you hear something? You hear a pop?
It will go.
Okay.
So why does it hold it?
Okay. Alright. Okay. So it's working?
Yeah, it's working.
How do you?
The light is on.
The light is on. Look at it. Yeah, the light is on. Okay. Trust in God. In God we trust, but the rest we verify. So I'm checking. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, yeah, that's right. You're done? Oh, there's a couple's drink coming up. Okay, we have 8 minutes to make couple's drink. So you can start with that, right? What are the ingredients of couple's drink?
So we have coconut water, milk, and dates.
Okay, and dates.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we have pineapple juice and carrot juice.
Alrighty.
And honey.
Okay. Let's start.
So the dates mixes the cocoa again.
The dates, because of the dates. Red date. This is coconut water?
Yes, and the dates.
And the dates inside. Okay.
And add carrot juice.
Okay, let me help you. And what else is going in?
Then the pineapple.
The pineapple? Let's go for that. Put it up. All of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you want it to be sweet, I can add a little honey to it.
Yeah, let's add honey. That must be sweet. And these are separate for us. Blend everything together. So the waffles, some are already done.
Yeah.
Okay. Waffle part 2 is coming up.
Yeah.
We came back. What is it? Oh yes. Is it like a meal or it's like a snack? No? Turn it upside down. Wow. From Ghana? Yeah. So that's it, really. Plantain waffle with a premium dessert sauce. You're gonna good. That's well good. There you go. So this multiple E's. I'm seeing lots of E's. Everybody, what does it mean? I just get it. Okay. All right. So we got the dates. The thing like that closer to it. These guys there. So there we have it. Beautiful stuff. Smells good. Plantain waffle with premium dessert sauce and couples drink. Everything is like coconut water, there's dates, there's honey, there's carrots, there's yogurt, right?
No.
There's what was the pink thing? What is that? Pineapple. Yes, and carrots. Okay. So that's it. Please tell us how we can find you.
You can get us at City Ranger. Not far from the junction.
Okay.
And we follow us on all our social media platforms. Our online pastry class is ongoing. So don't miss it at all. Don't miss it.
Okay. Great stuff. And you are where on social media? TikTok,
Facebook, Instagram, yeah, everywhere.
TikTok, Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube.
That's it. And and YouTube as well. So, Erica, Constance, Calf. Should I eat something now? That's why I won't touch the display. It's for your photos. So some of this one will come to me. Some of this and some of that.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much. We've got a lot ahead for you today. Social Media Corner with Jay Gabra. We've got the headlines with Maltiti and her guests. The ladies looking at the big stories of the week. Definitely had to be Parliament adjourned. CBDA, aka indefinitely. We've got the Humble International Band come to give us some great music. And we also have a big exclusive conversation right here on GTV Breakfast. The running mates of the New Patriotic Party sat down with one of us. I'll keep it guessing as to who it was, to have a conversation on issues around the election campaign, what they want to do, should they win the election, which is in 43 days' time. Have you checked your voter conversations, your voter ID details to make sure that everything is prim and proper and ready for the election? You should be doing that. There's the shortcode that I'll make sure that you get later on. So you're watching GTV Brokers. Thank you very much for joining us in the kitchen. We're going for Social Media Corner with Jay Gabra. Very hungry, but very disciplined.
You chilling in the rain.
Still hashtag GTV Breakfast in Chin Band over there. You know, when I see them, I remember that Open Jam is next week, and I'm quite looking forward to it with virtual sound. It's going to be an amazing set. You know how it is. Every first Friday for GTV Breakfast. It's time now for the social media corner, bringing you some of the trends that are making waves on social media. And before we begin, let's set the tone with this video.
Any statement from you?
I'd like to say that Jesus is alive.
You are also welcome, gentlemen. Any statement from you?
I'd like to say that Jesus is alive.
You are also welcome, gentlemen. Any statement from you?
I'd like to say that Jesus is alive.
Let's begin, shall we? Now, earlier this week, the FDA released a statement warning Ghanaians not to buy from some creators who were selling galamsey water. If you remember, somewhere last week I brought you a story where we were talking about the fact that some Ghanaian creators were protesting and were saying stop galamsey now, but it was a creative way in which they managed to do it, you know, by depicting galamsey water in pure water sachets and everything. There's a short snippet of what I said from earlier. Pure water, and it wasn't just any pure water, it was galamsey pure water. I'm not sure who is behind the account, but once it's trending, I have to bring you the news that this is what is happening. So you see on your screens right now, this is galamsey water. Yesterday there was a lot of trending pure water. Okay, so based on that, because it went viral, the FDA issued a release warning the public against packaging and distribution of galamsey water. So in a release cited from October 21st, 2024, the Food and Drugs Authority expresses deep concern regarding the packaging of a product in sachet labeled as galamsey water linked to illegal mining activities, commonly referred to as galamsey in the country. And it goes on to warn us, we urge the public to refrain from engaging in or supporting the packaging of water contaminated by galamsey or any other unwholesome sources. These practices should be reported to the FDA for immediate action. The FDA remains committed to safeguarding public health and safety. We will continue to monitor and enforce compliance to protect the lives of all Ghanaians. And it's signed Chief Executive Officer, Food and Drugs Authority. So based on that, based on that response from the FDA, now the body behind this creative process of the hashtag Stop Galamsey Now protest, they've now shared the video and we now know who they are. And the post shared on social media, it says a collective of Ghanaian creators known as Ghana Artists United for Water Safety. So that's the group, Ghana Artists United for Water Safety. They are the ones with doing this campaign. They are not actually selling this Galamsey pure water. Let's watch more of it. Artists United for Water Safety there with their creative video Galamsey Water. So they are not actually selling the water. It's a highly anticipated video that they've released. So it's part of their campaign protesting that we need clean water and we should stop Galamsey now. So this is in response to the FDA and also for everyone who was wondering what exactly is going on. Why are we allowing Galamsey water to be sold out there? So that's the campaign. Please be at ease. It's just a campaign highlighting stop Galamsey now. Wednesday evening, my producer went to a listening session for Stonebwoy, one of Ghana's greats, for his latest album, Up and Running. He didn't take me along. He said I have a show yesterday, so I should, go and sleep. Anyway, I still managed to see some videos and we're all happy about it. So yeah, let's enjoy snippets of the listening session from Stonebwoy's latest album release, Up and Running. So that's one artist who is really up and running. Yes, so that's the latest, the 6th album. After giving us the 5th dimension, now we have Up and Running. Stonebwoy is indeed up and running. On their way home for Stonebwoy and his wife, here's Dr. Lou's reaction to the whole listening session, the album release and all that.
Now them see clearly it's possible. Now them can't take my fire. I hate alone them and bring to the table here. Nobody might pocket and vampire. Just shoot me and spin up them up, they must be tired. Them see me and take over the entire. If they retire, who I go on fire? No matter what them every fire. None of them could have wiped out Rasta name. Now the years that we are chanting sound. So before we touch the road, jeez, Psalm 23. Listen, me not done. Look for me thing now. Now them see clearly it's supposed to work. Now them can't take my fire. I live alone, them a bring to the table, yeah. Nobody my hypocrite and vampire. Just truly, I stood up the on the fire. Just shoot me and spit up them up, they bust me tire. Them see me and take over me.
Dance and creativity is Afronita. Of course, with time spent at British Got Talent and everything, she and Abigail really set a trend. They set the country ablaze and, you know, let people know what this country is capable of. Showing our talent a testament to how deep it is within the country. Now, Afronita has connected with Afrokids all the way in Uganda, and she shared these beautiful videos on her social media.
Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're gentle and wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh,
Afronita, Afronita, Afro Kids, you know, Afro Star Kids. It's all about the fro. Perhaps, you know what? I'm not going to say anything. So I don't know. How much is banku in your area? You prepare yourself or you go out there to buy? Yes. So what's the price level in your area? Let me know on our social media handles. You can share your thoughts with me on WhatsApp 055-556-1034. How much is banku in your area? But for this lady, she's lamenting. And she went viral because of that, because the cost of banku in the area was quite severe for her. So take a listen.
Shock of my life right now. I sent someone to buy me banku. I said she should buy me banku 20 cedis because I know one is 5 cedis, the small one. I ate 2 today, 2 tomorrow, 5 cedis. They brought me the banku. And I said, why did you go and buy only banku 10 cedis? They said this is banku 10 cedis. This is banku 10 cedis. This is banku 20 cedis. This is banku. I have given up. Let's all move to Bahamas because at this point, one of our passport will pay visa-free country be acquired. Hey, 20 Accra. Hey, people, this is serious though. Like, is it my neighborhood or this is normal? 10 cities. I've had a bigger shock of my life.
At this point, I believe she should just learn to prepare her own banku. I believe it will cost less. Yes, because 20 CD, some is inside. We all, I'm already smiling. We all love traffic, don't we? When you're sitting in traffic, you're in a hurry to go somewhere. Don't you find it amazing? Yes. I know how the feeling is like. So here's a proposal on how to beat traffic in Accra and Kumasi. In fact, the whole of Ghana. Watch this video.
Nowadays, the traffic in Accra and Kumasi is heavy. If you are traveling from Tema to Kumasi, look at the highway from Tema to Accra and then from Accra to Kumasi, too many loopholes. How much you are spending on a Lexus to save your life. However, if you buy this aeroplane, the money you are going to spend on it is less than a Lexus. It will shorten your distance. It will save your time. Now,
there are a lot of flyovers in Ghana. Now I can actually fly over traffic. If that device comes in, it's going to be epic. Now it's time now for us to update your playlist. Black Sheriff has new music out, Sarkodie has new music out, and some of them have new music out, including Code Mickey. For now, enjoy the music stylings of Black Sheriff's Rebel music. Yes. listen on YouTube as well. Black Sheriff, the Rebel Music, called Mickey, our social media analyzer, commentators and everything, an investor in Ghanaian football and everything. He also has a new music out with Bistro KOTM. He calls it Kunkulu Kuku. You know what? Enjoy it. My goodness, Ghanaian creatives, Charlie, we are so talented. Sarkodie's Jailer is also out featuring Victoni. You can check it out on social media platforms. And now we leave you with the word of the day for your weekend.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Yeka supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. It is extraordinarily good, wonderful, fantastic, or fabulous. Adia eye kama pa na fe broso enwanwa yie eye sunu kokora na ekoyie ye no na friend say supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. The sentence I met me aka say the food and music at the party were supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Enyom no ne aduane na na ewo aponto na se no na eye kama pa emano ebroso. Medase. Bye bye.
Okay, we'll take it like that. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the social media corner with me, Jagabra, that GTV boy. For now, we'll go on a quick break. When we return, more interesting conversations coming up. Please stay with us.
Navrongo Senior High School, Navasco, invites you to its annual general meeting and speech and prize giving day celebration. Theme: discipline, a prerequisite for transformational education and leadership. Dates: 1st to 2nd November 2024. Activities: arrival of Nabia will be 31st October 2024. The annual general meeting is slated for 1st November 2024. The speech and prize giving day celebration will come off on the 2nd November 2024. Venue: McDonald Hall. Time: 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. each day. Guest speaker for the occasion: Honorable Haruna Idrisu, the Member of Parliament for Tamale South constituency. Special guest of honor: Honorable Dr. Hafiz bin Saleh, Upper East Regional Minister. Navasco, we are gathered from farmlands and forests and towns. We are one family. Oh yes, Nabia, we shine globally. See you there.
Let us again must move on in joy, proclaim. We shall strive as one to ensure.
From the heart of a capital, above all, they sail across the horizon. When others see challenges, they see opportunities. They believe in the power of partnerships and innovation. They believe in their brands. They are excellence. Join the prestigious Ghana Business Awards Network, the Bell International Business School, and AfriWalk as we set standards, recognize achievements, and celebrate excellence at the 7th edition of the Ghana Business Awards Gala, Kempinski Gold Coast Hotel, October 26th, 8 p.m. live on GTV. Special guest of honor, Her Excellency Samira Baumia. Guest of honor, His Excellency Charles Abane, UN Resident Coordinator.
Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby. And twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body, your mind. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. You're gently wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're gently wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight.
Stop Galamsey now is our hashtag. We are fighting the scourge of the pollution of our water bodies. My name is Kafui Day. It's 7:28. You're watching GTV Breakfast. Still to come, exclusive conversation with the vice presidential candidate of the NPP, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, sits down to have a chat about the campaign and what they plan to bring to Ghana should they win the election in 43 days' time. For now, we're going to have a spot of music building up to our open jam, which happens on the first Friday of every month. So watch out for that next week around this time, God willing. And I have a very special band here with us in the studio. They're called Humble International, and they're made up of Ruben Achu Anani to my immediate left, Beatrice Edubia, and Patrick Holanyo Abuchi. Humble International, good morning. Welcome to the show. I'm going to start with the leader first of all. Achu, how are you?
By God's grace, I'm doing well, sir.
First of all, tell me, why is your band called Humble International?
We came together and we decided that in our situation, we have to humble ourselves very well before maybe we can make the mark that we want to make in society. So we just said, okay, the humble, then later we just adopted the name, the Humble International.
Okay.
And indeed, we are very humble too.
What is your situation?
We are visually impaired, blind, we can't see.
What is that like for you? I mean, what's your experience like being blind?
It's not a good experience. It is not a good experience, but the Bible says in all things we should give thanks. So at times we console ourselves that so far as that we are not dead, I think they said a living dog is better than a dead lion. So whilst we are alive, then we give God thanks. And one thing that we also thank God that He has given us brains, though we can't see, but our brains are working. So we capitalize on it, and that is why we are here today.
Okay, yes, awesome. Let me just speak with your people, and then you come give some beautiful music, right?
Yes.
Let me step onto the stage. Ladies first, so I'll speak with Beatrice. Beatrice, how are you?
Please, I'm doing well.
What's it like being blind?
It's not easy at all, but as my boss said, with God, we are very, very okay.
When you're not singing, what do you like to do?
Maybe watch movie.
Watch movies?
Yes, please.
With your ears?
Yes.
Okay, what's your favorite movie?
Well, I normally watch Nigerian movies.
Okay.
So there are many.
All right, many, eh?
Yes, please.
Okay. Which ones do you like, the romantic ones or the action ones?
Abi, you know that.
Abi, I know that. Abi, I know. How are you doing?
I'm fine, by His grace.
What's it like being a blind musician or a person?
Well, it's not good at all. But one thing that I believe is that being blind doesn't mean that you are useless. Being blind, maybe God like it that way. That is why it has come so. So in everything, we need to give thanks to God.
And with your family and your friends outside Beatrice, I mean, how do they? What's it like living with them? Do they accept your condition?
Well, it's fine. Not really, but they are trying their best.
What's your dream?
My dream is to become a very great musician. Yeah.
And I'm sure by hearing your voice, we'll know that you are on your way to making your dream possible.
Sure.
Yes. What's your dream, Holani?
My dream is to become a minister of the gospel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you started?
Yes, please.
What's your favorite verse?
John 3:16.
John! For God so loved the world.
That's right.
That He gave His only begotten Son.
That whosoever believes in Him
shall not perish.
That is it.
But have what?
Everlasting life.
I'm with you. All right, let me ask Achu, what is big dream is, and then we go. What's your dream, Achu?
It's also, I'm combining the music and the ministry.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So you're a combination of Beatrice and Holani, because Beatrice wants to be a great musician, Holani wants to be a great minister, and you want to be a minister and a musician.
Yes.
Okay, minister some music to us right now. Okay, what are you going to play for us?
I wanted us to do our patriotic song.
Okay, great. Take it away. The Humble International, ladies and gentlemen, right here on GTV Breakfast.
Ghana, 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 me my Ghana, 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 me my Ghana, Yempra Sumje, Yempri Kasoa, Yempra Sumje, Mo my Ghana, Yempra Sumje, Mama Yempri Kasoa, Yempra Sumje, Mo my Ghana, oh my Ghana, me my Ghana, na nanu my baby, afena edu yeso, mama yeso mo, na my baby, Frasunje, mini aprin Kasoa, mama yeso mo, na my baby, Frasunje, mini aprin Kasoa. If you say yachi baby I dream, and ya feina on my baby jo, Prasunje, pirin Kasoa, yem Prasunje, mo my Ghana. If you say yachi baby I dream, Ghana bang and ya feina on my baby jo, Prasunje, pirin Kasoa, yem Prasunje, mo my Ghana. Lawyer ni, teacher ni, police ni, media ni, Christo ni, Muslim ni, musician, Mama Emperor Sumje, soldier ni, driver ni, politician, Mama Emperor Sumje. If you say yachi baby I dream, Ghana men and ya feina on my baby jo, Prasunje, pirin Kasoa, yem Prasunje, oh my Ghana, Ghana kiafu, Ghana hifunina, yem Prasunje, oh my Ghana, Ghana sukufu, Ghana funina, yem Prasunje, oh my Ghana, 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 me my Ghana, 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 me my Ghana, yem Prasunje, yem prin Kasoa, yem Prasunje, mo my Ghana.
Thank you so much. I really enjoy the harmonies and the music. And this is the Humble International Band live on GTV Breakfast this beautiful, beautiful Friday morning. I'm just curious. We have 43 days to elections. Are you voting?
Yes, I'll be voting.
Where?
In Tema.
Nice one. Have you voted all? Is this the first time you're voting?
No.
When did you start voting?
I started voting, I think, 96.
Okay. So you've been voting ever since?
Yes.
All right. A lot of people are concerned about tension and confusion and political this and that. I mean, what are your concerns about the election? Are you worried? Are you okay?
Let me say, let me answer your question this way. God didn't make a mistake for you to be a Ghanaian. We say God is infinite, He knows everything. And God brought us to this country called Ghana. And all of us hold it a duty to make sure that this country remains peaceful,
right,
and develop. We are here, we are visually impaired, we can't see. But for Ghana, at least we can speak English. So my mother told me that a water that you've ever drank from, how can you curse that water?
Yeah.
So we want Ghana to remain peaceful.
Amen.
So that at least we can all go about our normal duties.
Be so.
Thank you.
So thank you so much. I'm going to ask your people also. You give us one more song before we go.
Okay.
All right. Victor, so you're holding the Ghana flag.
Sure.
What are your thoughts about the election? What's your message for people who are getting ready to decide who becomes the next president of Ghana?
All right. So I would tell the people of Ghana to just be in a relaxed mood. Yes, God is in control, and as we are having, as we being visually impaired, and we are here, we are demonstrating peace to the country. So we believe that everyone watching us should also demonstrate peace. Thank you.
Demonstrate peace is the message from Beatrice. How are you?
Yes, sir.
More follow. The future minister of the word.
I also add radio to it.
You add radio to it?
Yes.
Okay, nice one. What's your message? What's your election message to Ghanaians watching you today?
My message to Ghanaians is that we should all hold on to. We only have only one country, so we shouldn't follow the politicians and fight among ourselves. But because mind you, politicians, when something happens right now, they will leave, and we Ghanaians, or we the young ones, we don't have any place to go, especially with the visually impaired. So I'm pleading with our politicians also, and then our prophets, that we should let calm be in the country, so that so that, because some of the prophecies and other things that are coming, you see that there is tension in the country. So I'm pleading with my men of God and also the politicians to bring peace, so that we can all vote together and become one.
One time. Last question. Are you voting?
Maybe I'll vote. Maybe I'll not vote.
True. Have you voted before?
Yes.
But this time?
By this time, I'm thinking of whom to vote for.
Okay, but you have your voter's card and everything?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Beatrice, are you voting?
Yes, please, I'll vote.
Do they help you when you I mean, how do you vote? People are wondering, how do blind people vote?
Oh, okay, so you go with a guide. You tell, since you know the position of the one you want to vote for, you tell the person that maybe you want to vote for number 6. So the person will lead you and put your thumb on it.
How will you verify that they have voted for 6?
Honestly, that one is difficult, but
shouldn't they have?
That is why you go with someone you trust. At least.
Okay.
Someone you trust.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Good.
Yes.
Maybe do you read Braille?
Yes.
Would you like to have Braille ballot paper so you can choose for yourself?
Yes. Oh, that one too will be very fine.
Electoral Commission, look sharp. Give our brothers and sisters.
They've even delayed, so they should look sharp.
They should look sharp as well.
Yes.
I like this, man. Beatrice, we are waiting for another song from you.
All right.
Achu is ready. So Achu, take it away. Hey, some fire is coming. All right, enjoy. The Humble International.
Ekoe mama, wedi ekoe mama, Betty eja ni oba. Wa mama kuma yemiya, chopa mapebia menya, eyemido, odo papebia menya. Wa mama kuma yemiya, chopa mapebia menya, eyemido, Odo pape bia menya na eyemido. Eyemido. Oh, eyemido. Wa medisika we wa meti akoma o. Owo sisi fiani bi. Owo sisi fiani bi. Checking the personality. Owo ni money na semenene na ma. Omo say my kunta and omo say you. Omo say my kunta and omo say na semenene na ma. Omo say my kunta omo say you. Omo say my kunta and omo say wa mama kuma yemi choppa ma baby amenya eyemido odo pa baby amenya wa mama kuma yemi choppa ma baby amenya eyemido odo pa baby amenya na eyemido oh eyemido wa medisika we wa meti akoma o owo sisi fiani bi checking the personality. I want the money na semenene na ma. Almost say my kuntai. Almost say see you. Almost say my kuntai. Almost say na semenene na ma. Almost say my kuntai. Almost say see you. Almost say my kuntai. Almost say Ekoe mama, where the ekoe mama, better than your ba, where the ekoe mama, se kope, obeti onya eseke, therefore the fanchiche, or therefore the fanchiche, wa mama kuma yemiya, choppa ma baby amenya, eyemido, odo pa baby amenya, wa mama kuma yemiya, choppa ma baby amenya, eyemido, odo pa baby amenya, eyemido, oh eyemido, wa medisika we wa metia kumao. Thank you very much.
I love it. I'm so and one of our co-presenters, she's on leave now, but this is her jam. She loves this song so much. She's called Valerie, and this is, I'm sure she's dancing wherever she is. She loves this one so much. Harbour International, how can we get in touch with you if we want to book you for an event? Is there a contact number?
Yes, about.
Throw it to the world, the whole world. Ghana is watching.
0242 33 04 78. 0242 33 04 78.
One more time.
0242 33 04 78.
Alrighty. You.
Yes, sir, boss.
Yes,
Beatrice.
sir.
And how are you?
Yes, sir.
We really enjoyed you.
Yeah.
Very talented. Keep doing your stuff.
Yes, sir.
Don't give up.
Thank you.
And is there a recording in the offing? Are you doing an album that we're releasing soon?
No, we've done this song.
Okay.
And we give the video is out.
The patriotic song.
Yes.
Yes, we will play it here.
Yes,
definitely.
Okay.
Gentlemen and ladies,
last.
You want to play a last song?
No, last thing I want to
say. Okay, good.
When I was in secondary school, I got to Kumasi. I was attending secondary school at Wenchi.
Yeah.
So I got to Kumasi, and this gentleman came and held my hand, and then he said I should give him my bag. And I said, no, as for my bag, I won't give it to you. You just hold my hand. And he said, oh, you know, me, I'm robber. But for you, if I do anything to you, God won't forgive me. So when we go to the Wenty station, he bought me bread. So when we left, all the people were shopping, the drivers, whatever, they were asking me, do you know the man that brought you? I said, yes. He told me that he's a criminal. And he said, what? But he told me something that, for me, if he does anything to me, God won't forgive him. That is what I'm telling the whole country, that for this election, for our sake, even if a criminal can say, for this person, if I do this to him, for our sake, everybody should everything that we are doing should be peaceful.
Okay.
That is our humble plea to the nation.
Thank you very much. Beatrice and Falani, thank you so much. We really enjoyed you.
Thank you.
Anything you want to say before we go? Any message?
My boss has said all.
Yeah, said all.
Yes.
I believe you have to play one song before we go.
Hey, you want to play Jara? I don't know when my director will give me permission.
Okay.
Yeah, he said yes, you should go ahead. Are you ready, Achu?
Okay.
Well, if you ask, you shall receive. No, be so.
Sure.
Okay, all right. So, this is the last one. from the Humble International, Beatrice, Holanu, and Achu.
Thank you, sir. Rosta, DJ Chamelala, drop the song, make we dance. Oh, DJ Chamelala, drop the song, make we dance. Yeah. Where the party day today? No, darling. Hey, mama, hey, be same. No, darling. Shake your body when you come. No, darling. Hey, mama, hey, be same. No, darling. Where the party day today? No, darling. Hey, mama, hey, be same. No, darling. Shake your body when you come. No, darling. Hey, mama, hey, be same. No, darling. You make stuff for no reason. Don't you know, say this be a season. You the pay make a for, you dreaming. Yeah. You make stuff for no reason. Don't you know, say this be a season. You the pay make a for, you dreaming. Yeah. Usunami yo, transumo, ususuku wa memo. Don't you know, say God in control, oh. Yeah. Nankebede na yoya. Me da say, where the party day today? No, darling. Hey, mama, hey, be same. No, darling. Shake your body, menya kono. No, darling. Hey, mama, hey, be same. No, darling. Where the party day today? No, darling. Hey, mama, hey, be same. No, darling. Shake your body, menya kono. No, darling. Hey, mama, hey, be same.
I live at Angroga and I had my basic education at Way, a town in the Volta region of Ghana. When I was at JHS, it wasn't easy for me when it comes to my financial aspect because my mom is a seamstress and as well as a trader, and my dad engages in farming activities.
Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Can't twist myself at the spine. Don't wanna overthink it, baby. It's just twist your body and mine. Baby, you got me ice and of butterflies. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, 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 oh,
Welcome back to the show. Look, the chaos in the studio is just brought to you by the food that we were cooking this morning. Constance and Erica, as usual, bringing us all those good smells on Friday. You should go back to our Facebook page at GTV Ghana and see the recipe for today, and you can make something fun and sumptuous for your family. This is the headline segment with the ladies. I am Maltiti Saida Sadiq, and this morning we'll be looking at the big stories on the papers. To do the discussion with me this morning, the reps from the various parties. Present now is Shamima Muslim. She is with the communications team of the MPP. Shams of the NDC.
My sister.
Shams will kill me this morning. Of the NDC. Shams, please, you are the deputy Zongo. Shamima Muslim is with the communications team of the NDC, the National Democratic Congress. Sham, don't kill me. You're the deputy Zongo
Caucus Communications
Director, right? That's her new big title. And welcome back to the show. How is campaigning so far?
People been harassing you. They've been harassing you.
We're expecting the MPP to join us soon. Tabitha Ayila is built to be here this morning with Shamima to do the discussion, and so when she comes, she'll join in. But Shams, I know that it's less than 50 days to election.
43 days and counting. Yes.
How is campaign going?
Well, good morning to you, Multity. I was in your region as well over the past week.
Right.
As I said, we were Tolon, Gushegu, Karaga, and Nantong, passing through and meeting with various groups. I like to say special good morning, Desiba, is it? Desiba to the Gusheguna. Okay. We went to pay a courtesy call on him, and he dashed me lots of yams and guinea fowls. And yes, to him and his elders, thank you very much for the warm reception that you gave us, and for the advice generally to politicians to do their politics, around issues. Very, and I remember last week too, we were at which chief's palace was it that we went to last week? I just escaped my mind. And the advice was also that Nyankpala chief's palace were at his place too. And the traditional, leaders and rulers are all urging all of us to execute a politics of issues and to ensure that we keep this country together. And His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has shown total commitment to this country. And it is his hope and wish that the NPP would also do the right things. The security agencies would do the right things. The Electoral Commission would do the, right thing. 32 years, since the Fourth Republic. We've come very far, and this is not the time for any grandstanding and any, showmanship that seems to create the perception, and rightly so, that this government is hell-bent on, eroding trust in these accountability institutions. So by way of preliminary comments, that will be it for now.
Okay. Yeah. We have to go to the phone now. Our big story that I'll get your thoughts on, Shamima, is the Kasoa ritual killing. And we know that the case is in court. And, recent proceedings in court are showing that one of the suspects has been sentenced to life in prison. It's been almost 3 years since the murder happened or the crime was committed. And so let's go to the phone and speak to Adib Sani, his security analyst, and get his thoughts on the current happenings in court. One is still, both are pleading not guilty still. One has pleaded guilty to both, they've been found guilty to both murder and conspiracy to commit murder. But one is saying that he wasn't even at the scene and he was with his grandfather at the time. Hello, Adib, good morning. Welcome to GTV Breakfast.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
What are your initial thoughts about the current happenings in court with this case and these juveniles?
Can you come again? I didn't hear that time.
What are your initial thoughts on the case in court currently, the recent proceedings with the juveniles who are alleged to have murdered the little boy in Kasoa?
Well, to be honest with you, all along I thought this case was, done with. I was surprised that after such a long time, finality is now being brought to the case. But that notwithstanding, I think justice has been served. I watched a video of a young chap, and it looked like he's not remorseful for his actions. In his words, there's no truth in Ghana, and I'm wondering what truth he's talking about. But there's one thing that we seem not to be talking about. Our focus is only on the young chap. We don't seem to be talking about the Malam who had the TV show that influenced the boy to do what he did. Because according to news stories, he approached the Malam, he asked for human life and I think 5,000 Ghana. So what has happened to that Malam? Has that case been finalized? And it gives us an opportunity to explore the wider issue of these so-called spiritualists who have now been legitimized to the extent they are on radio, they are on TV, and creating the impression you can become rich overnight. And it's pushing a lot of young people, particularly due to the fact that the unemployment rate is a bit high. Currently, it's about 14.7%. But youth unemployment is particularly higher. For example, in the northern region, it's about 22%. And so there's a keen chance for overnight riches. This draws with the fact that young people, a lot of young people lately are lazy. They don't want to work. They want to get rich overnight. There seems to be a breakdown in the moral fiber of our society. these days you see, especially in our Zongos. I mean, I'm a Zongo. The young boy, he just finished JHS. He steps out of the house, comes back home with their favorite car. It's either a Benz or a Range Rover or a Toyota Camry, Honda Accord, and the rest. And the saddest aspect of it is the fact that the parents are not even in a position to ask this young chap who doesn't work where he got the money to buy this. Rather, they become proud of him. And this is putting undue pressure on young people. So actually, it's a cacophony of issues. It's a play of some socio-cultural and economic, dynamic that is pushing the young people into thinking that it is possible to sleep and wake up. I mean, sleep well and wake up, a billionaire the following morning.
Okay, Adib, where do you see this case going with National Communications Authority as well, and the rituals that are still happening on television? I hear that it's still happening on various television networks. The alleged videos that these young boys say they had seen that, made them do such a terrible act.
Well, we have the laws. We have all the laws you can think about in Ghana, but the biggest challenge has always got to do with enforcement. We keep talking about it, but I see less work. So in my opinion, if you ask me, I think there's a need for not just the National Communications Authority, the National Media Commission, the Ghana Journalists Association. We have some CSOs, NGOs who are working like the Media Foundation for West Africa and the rest, to step up their game, I think they need to do more through their actions to stop this once and all. Because we still see, there's a proliferation of these, satellite media houses all over the place, and they are engaged in these activities still. And it shocks me. Why? How on earth we still allow them to operate, knowing full well that a lot of them is just broad daylight scam. 10 200 CDs, you get 500 CDs back. 10 2,000 CDs, you get 5,000. And this is playing out on live TV. And you claim you have laws. For crying out loud, I think we need to work more to, address this menace. If not, we might be talking about who knows whose son tomorrow.
Right.
And so, in my opinion, I think we haven't really worked hard enough to curb this phenomenon.
Thank you, Adib. Since you're on, let me just pick your thoughts on the Islamist militants that are said to have infiltrated Ghana's borders in the northern hemisphere, the northern parts of the country, coming from Burkina Faso. And we're seeing a story from Reuters on various local platforms as well that there are terrorists in the north receiving treatment, logistic support, and even missiles and stuff like that. What does this mean? 43 days to a crucial election.
Well, I'm surprised this thing is coming up at this time. I mean, when I was speaking with Felix, I was like, this is the 19 Kujuhu news. This has been going around for some time now. According to many reports, Ghana is a major logistic hub for these terrorist groups. In fact, some years ago, Pro-Mediation, a French NGO, came up with their report that even indicated the possibility of terrorist groups engaged in illegal mining in Ghana. As a matter of fact, Ghana is a major logistic hub. Some also indicate how terrorists have their families living in Ghana. The same Pro-Mediation report also had it that some of the terrorists use Ghana as a withdrawal point to regroup and to rearm and to re-strategize to go perpetrate other crimes in other parts of the subcontinent. As you are well aware, Burkina Faso, according to the Global Terrorism Index, is the second most impacted country by terrorism globally. We are neighbors to Burkina Faso. We are neighbors to the Sahel region, which is the most impacted region by terrorists in terms of the number of attacks and the number of deaths, accounting for over 40% of attacks globally. All right, so we seem to be in the midst of a rather chaotic subcontinent. And the fact that our borders are so porous. I have taken the trouble to go to across into Burkina Faso. I went all the way to Ouagadougou and back. I have first-hand information about the security protocols there, something that I cannot put out on the media. But the thing is, the borders are so porous, and it's a major issue, and we have about 350 land and chieftaincy conflicts all across Ghana, and terrorism thrives where there is confusion, where there is chaos, and a clear case in point is Bukum. On periodic basis, we have thousands of people streaming into Ghana from Burkina Faso because their villages have been attacked by terrorists. We don't do any debriefing, we don't do any background check, we just ask them to move on. So you have a lot of them moving to Tamale and Kumasi and other parts of the country. So it is a major cause for concern for those of us within that space. All right, and this is no news. Right. I'm really, really surprised that this is coming up at this time. But there's no need to create fear.
Adi, what does it mean? In the report, I see that it is alleged that they have signed a non-aggression pact with the terrorists, and they are citing high forces for that.
Well, this is something I cannot corroborate, but I do remember I think about a year or two ago, we're at the International Conference Center, and the Honorable Minister for National Security, Honorable Abu Prempeh was there, and in his speech, he spoke about exploring different options, and one of which is, do we have to talk to the terrorists? But we've always indicated that we don't negotiate with terrorists, all right? So some within our little space have rumored the possibility of Ghana talking with the terrorists and say that is why they are not attacking us or not. But if you ask me, I think the terrorists are just avoiding the case of biting the hand that feeds you, because Ghana remains a major logistic hub for them. They rattle the cows in neighboring countries, bring the cows to Ghana, sell, make money. And we have a lot of abuchis in Ghana who are exchanging money. As a matter of fact, if you go to airport and you need $1 million, these boys, who don't look like they have 100 CDs on them, can produce you the $1 million. And this is outside of the Bank of Ghana processes or rules. And so how do we check that these money they make doesn't go back to fund terrorism? Right. So the issues are multi-dimensional, and we need to approach it in that fashion. Because the most important bit to all of this, despite the existence of a lot of protocols, the Accra Initiative, Operation Bakan, Takuba, Joint Task Force, MINUSMA, a whole lot, the most important aspect to all of this is not the militarization. We keep bombing and killing. The more you kill terrorists, the more terrorists you create, okay? We need to address those deep-rooted socio-economic and geopolitical deficits in our society. That is encouraging young people to join their ranks. Issues of youth unemployment, issues of marginalization, particularly of the Fulani, issues of people living on less than $1 a day and can't afford basic necessities of life, such as food, water, sanitation services, health services, and the rest. We need to address these structural issues if really we are committed to sustainably dealing with the threat once and for all.
Thank you so much, Adib Sani, for speaking to us on these two issues. Adib Sani is a security analyst, and we're just speaking his thoughts on the ritual killing in Kasoa and the two teenagers who are standing trial, and also the Islamic militants or jihadists that are being said to have infiltrated Ghana's borders and using the north as a base for logistical support. Shams, 43 days to election. Adib is talking about marginalization of people, unemployment, and how attractive terrorism may be to them, security issues. What are your thoughts on the Islamist militants or the jihadists? Then I'll pick your thoughts on the Kasoa.
Right, okay. Good morning once again. Yes, Adib has raised a lot of important matters bordering on the state of our security. I think that for a long time, because we have always touted Ghana as one of the most peaceful, countries within the sub-region, we have left a lot of things, unchecked. And today we are seeing these incursions that have been happening for a while. I think last week on the show, I told you that if there's ever going touch wood, this is not what we want. whatever our differences are internally, I think that it is still better we remain a peaceful democratic country than, to plunge into chaos. And that is why we must also watch closely our own internal democracy and how this experiment is working or not working for the mass of the people. I said on this show that if there's going to be an implosion, it will come from the peripheries, because of how disconnected the peripheries are to the center, and the ways in which the needs of the peripheries are hardly met. If you go to these villages, some are sleepy villages, little towns, inside the hinterlands, it seems like you're in a country on its own where nothing is happening. And that people, there are young people who are growing in these communities. They don't have basic services. There are no opportunities for jobs. So these circumstances are fertile grounds for radicalization, because attention is not in these areas. These areas are disconnected from the proceeds of this democracy or the proceeds of national prosperity. It hasn't touched at all the surface of these poor communities. The issue of insecurity has been with us for a long time. There's a close link to poverty and poor development outcomes, where there are no jobs, where people don't have dignified livelihoods, where people don't have incomes, and where population rates are increasing, just like within the sub-region. These are the things that happen because you have a lot of young people who are disillusioned, who have no hope. So anybody who intends to cause trouble has a fertile ground to which, from which they would recruit. So it is not like we are not aware about these problems. So when we keep talking about the fact that we as government must bring development to every corner of this country, it is to forestall some of these things.
What do you think about the non-aggression pact, if it is true that government has explored other options, as Adib has said, that the former National Security Minister said, well, maybe we should explore other options, speak to the terrorists, but also say we don't negotiate with terrorists. How does it sit with you?
Well, from the security people, if our policy is non-negotiation with terrorists, then we must seek to understand what threat does this current issue portend, and what pragmatic. I believe in pragmatism at all times. Pragmatism. What threat does it? Because somehow we've been insulated from the explosions of aggression so far. We've been insulated to the extent that we are not seeing active acts of terrorism on our soil, but we are not insulated, as the evidence have shown over the years, from infiltration, and from these so-called known terrorist groups seeking some shelter or space within our borders. For me, I think that our security agencies must be up and doing. A couple of I think that was last year, even the UN Refugee Agency, we had a situation. The border towns have always been problematic, where a lot of refugees were coming into the country from Burkina Faso as a result of the conflicts that were happening in that country. One of the major concerns we had then was the possibility of some of these terrorist groups coming through with these mass movements of people as refugees. And so I know the UN Refugee Agency wanted to quickly set up camp and take data, and we delayed in allowing them that because we didn't want to create another impression of a refugee camp coming into the community. So these people were already coming and they were living within the regular populations. So we had that situation for a while in Ghana until the situation became, quite serious to demand, a presence of the UN Refugee Agency, let me just wrap up on my thoughts on this, to start profiling people, because it is data that will give you these things, and also collaborating with the locals, including their opinion leaders, to be very aware of the people who are coming into their communities, and to be watchful for their operations, because if people have arms, you would know. If people are not just normal family people seeking, of the community, you know, you would know, not even of the refugees, seeking, you would see their activities, you see their groupings, the meetings, the conversations. So to fight terrorism, we need active collaboration with the locals.
I believe that's why they learn they see something. Yes, say something, right.
Yes.
I wanted to bring your attention to, I did mention resources and capture, and I'm seeing this story in the Statesman talking about the president opening Cardinal Namdini gold mine in November. Is going to be the biggest gold concession or mine space in northern Ghana. And you're from northern Ghana, you're talking about poverty alleviation and all of that. What does this look like? And terrorists, if through hovering around the area, and now we're exploring minerals in large quantities.
I'm just hoping that we are not raising unnecessary red flags and creating fear and panic, especially 43 days on to, you know, the election. And also because Adib tells us that these are not new reports, okay? And I hope that the government has a hand on this matter, because there are fears, again, because there's an election. There have been unconfirmed reports of movements of some people coming in to create unnecessary problems. So I just want to let the security people rise up to a higher duty than themselves, or whatever interest they may be seeking to protect. That this country that they themselves are a part of, if this country blows up, their own family, themselves, are not immune from whatever chaos. So I say everybody who is a front runner, especially in the lead up to the December 7th elections, must imbibe a higher spirit of nationalism. Whether you are an electoral commission official, whether you are a security agency, whether the police, immigration, customs, the army, whichever category you belong to, please, this is when the country needs you. Do not succumb to the incursions of any individual politician or any group of people to use you to subvert the peace of this country. It behoves on all of us to protect this country. And if there are true, real activities that are illegal activities that will also present renewed problems for this country, I think all of us collectively, irrespective of our political divide, must come together and address those matters frontally.
Let me bring in this story, since we're talking about violence, on a gun-wielding suspect at the NPP-NDC Mozambique clash that was arrested. It has come to your attention, and it's online this morning. It says the police service apprehended Fatah Ibrahim, known as Fatah Motowe, who was wanted in connection with the violent clashes between supporters of the New Patriotic Party and the National Democratic Congress in Mozambique, Accra, on October 13. Ibrahim was captured in a video brandishing a firearm during the altercation, which allegedly resulted in 2 people being shot and injured, and he's currently in police custody and report before court in due course. And the police has confirmed in a statement, adding the investigations are ongoing to fully understand the circumstances surrounding the incident. I'm sure what Ghanaians will want to see is, where did he get the firearm? It's days away to a crucial election, and some security agents and analysts have said that, look, there are arms and guns in people's pockets and cars in the rear view or in plain sight around this time, and which is a cause for worry. As a communications officer of a major political party seeking to reign power, I'm sure we don't want to see what happened in Kintampo South in previous times. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, you know, impunity thrives when people get away with crimes. And we have said consistently that under the New Patriotic Party, under the leadership of Nana Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia, we have seen such aggressions around election periods. Also, West Wogon constituency by-election is one. In this administration, we have seen members of their security group besiege a court premise to release someone who was facing trial for another illegality, threatening the sanctity of our courts. To date, nothing has happened. Nobody has been held accountable, for these wrongs and these infractions that threaten our society. If you have done well and you believe that your government has performed creditably well, there should be no reason why you might want to use Machiavellian tactics, resort to violence to get your way, or to show a certain, standing to put fear in the hearts of citizens, because this is the bottom line. The NPP and its agents and assigns are behaving in ways that they intend to put fear in the ordinary Ghanaian so that on December 7th they don't turn up to vote. And I'm saying that they have failed already, because this incident that happened in Ayawaso North ought not to have happened. It was completely uncalled for. Two groups of people all engaging in your work. What brought about the altercation? To the extent that you're moving a gun and actually shooting. The Small Arms Commission has always told us that Ghana has a small arms problem. There is a lot of small arms in people's pockets, in people's homes, and also because of the conflicts we have had in Ghana in some of these conflict areas, where we have actually arrested people, moving arms from, place to place, region to region. I'm saying that these groups, CSOs that are interested in peaceful elections must be interested in these, activities in the lead up to the elections. Because this is exactly why the NDC has refused to sign the Peace Pact from the National Peace Council. Because so many things have happened that have not been determined and people held accountable for.
You don't trust that the courts will try this case and will find who gave the weapon?
Do you trust? 4 years on, the people of South never even got a representation. 4 years on, our Supreme Court was never able to determine this matter. But in a day, the Supreme Court can convene and ensure that they deliver something to the NPP who are now minority.
So the NDC thinks that the Supreme Court and the justice system is flawed.
It's not what the NDC thinks. It is what you have been reporting. It is what you, the media, have also been reporting about the erosion of all of these institutions, about what is obviously wrong. It is what you have reported from many, leading legal luminaries. From someone like a former Chief Justice who says and opines that the Supreme Court is becoming too predictable. From someone like Ansa Asari, who knows a lot of these justices. From people who have said that a justice who is today a justice of the Supreme Court was one time a contestant on a candidate on the ticket of the New Patriotic Party. We are just saying to Nana Akufo-Addo that this is the time for him to show and to redeem his image as the vanguard for democracy that he was sold to the people of Ghana. His party people cannot take the law onto their own hands and continue to misbehave. He can't, because we will reject it. And Ghanaians will reject the state of affairs that we have been brought to by the NPP government come December 7th, as we should.
And I'd just like to ask if you don't think some supporters, when they hear, calls like all die, we die, boot for boot, we are protecting our ballot, we are going to ensure that this election, nobody robs us of it, don't take matters into their own hands and go around brandishing weapons.
Well, who said all die be die? All die be die was played for the first time on my show on Eyewitness News. And from a report that was given to us from our Eastern Regional correspondent, who was at a program where candidate Akufo-Addo then was speaking to party officials, and he assured them that I didn't know that they all have two balls, and it is all die be die this election. It was not NDC who said all die be die. You see, the MPP always presents as a situation when you respond to it. Ghanaians say, why have you responded to it? Boot for boot and all die be die. Which one is even more eminent? I'm saying that MPPs introduced the lexicon all die be die to our national politics, and but vigilance demands that. And especially in this election with unprecedented happenings and all the maneuverings we have seen, there is nothing wrong with the NDC inspiring its actors, its members to be vigilant.
Where do you draw the line between vigilance and violence?
You have not seen us engaged in violence in the lead up to this election. You have not seen us. So you will not use the same brush with the NPP on us. It is their known member who pulled out a gun. It is not even an election. Peaceful walk. It's a big space. They could have decided to go somewhere else. It didn't have to happen that way if they were not trying to show us show of force and show of power. So this is where we are as a nation.
Okay.
And are we wrapping up?
No, I want to give you time to talk about the Kasoa ritual killing before we wrap up. So if you can land on that.
I thought you wanted to say something.
No, not for me, Shams. Yeah. But I just want our viewers to know as well that we're expecting the MPP communications officer, Tabitha Ayila. She's supposed to be on the show this morning with Shams, but unfortunately we haven't heard from her yet. Maybe she's stuck in traffic, but we're going to wait
they keep
a few minutes and
accountability.
She'll still make it in time because we'd like to hear the thoughts of the
communicators are in a very difficult space. They find it difficult to, defend a lot of the
traffic.
Well, I'm just saying, last week too, you had a similar incident, didn't you? They didn't show up. So this is what they are doing. They've not shown up in the past 8 years to deliver the promises they've made to Ghanaians. They don't show up. They don't believe generally in accountability. When they do show up, it is just to tell you that you are all responsible for your problems, but for them. So this is where we are as a nation. And in terms of a peaceful election, the NDC is totally committed to a peaceful election. I mean, we are a government in waiting. It is not in the interest of the NDC to foment trouble. However, the NDC will not allow the NPP and its agents to have a free pass at all. We will also be very vigilant in watching for the things that they do and the attempts they are making to subvert the will of the Ghanaian people, because the NDC, under the leadership of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, is on course to rescue this nation, to reset Ghana, to create better jobs, more jobs for the teeming mass of young people, including the mass of young people in the north, that this the factory, the gold mine.
I wanted to ask you about the NDC. If you do win power, we'll be doing about the percentages of returns and investments in the north, and also even about mining getting out of hand and not seeing what we're seeing.
As we have spoken about our position on illegal mining. We have said it. We have expressed our position on mining in forest reserves. We are totally for the repeal of the LI that has allowed for unprecedented number of licenses under the NPP government to companies of known NPP members who are today actively mining in our forest reserves, spoiling and destroying our forests, spoiling and destroying our water bodies, spoiling and destroying our lands. We have indicated strongly that we will review the entire mining regime, and of course, once illegal mining is happening, it is illegal. We will enforce the law strictly to halt further deterioration of our water bodies and to try to recover our water and soil bodies and ensure we provide the necessary framework for communities to legally mine using the right technology that does not harm the land in the way that currently we are seeing, where it's a free for all, display by agents and kingpins of the New Patriotic Party. With regards to the development of the northern areas, and of course the development of Ghana as a whole. The reason why we are seeing the movement of young people from most of these communities to the south, where there are really no non-existent jobs, where they are also further burdening our social services. Number one, I want to raise the issue of population management. Population management is, even though we pride ourselves that into the next decade or two, Africa is going to have the youngest continent with the most youthful population, which is actually a potential demographic dividend, but is also a threat for many parts of our country within the sub-region and in Ghana, where a lot of these young people are non-skilled, not in education, not in training, as the statistics have told us. So if your young population are not getting the requisite formal education, they are not being trained with skills that would be productive for them to use to earn incomes and livelihoods, and they are not in any forms of training, that portends trouble. And that's the trouble that we are seeing. They become fodder for extremists to come and use for their own parochial interest. So we don't want that. So it is in the interest, and I keep saying it sometimes when you say are you the only people who, I said it is in the interest of our collective security that the peripheries become growth poles. This is what decentralization was supposed to have achieved, which it hasn't. If we don't ensure that we have equitable development in all our regions across this country, we are going to have problems.
I mean, the data
and the
is there. The district assemblies league table.
Yes,
and
the only way to do that is number one, control the populations, because I've seen too many things, traveling around in some of these communities. The children are as much as the adult population. And when you ask, half of these children are not in school, and people do not have incomes. And you see, it's a conundrum, because when you go to the village, there's no lights, there's no entertainment, there's no job to wake up early and go to, except it's a farming season. The only entertainment you have is with your wife and your girlfriend. So they are just giving birth to plenty children. That is the only thing they do, they enjoy. So either we are managing our population so that, especially families that are unable to care for children, should have manageable numbers of kids, and we are doing the infrastructural development of bringing schools to these communities, because it is unconscionable for an entire community to have sometimes no primary school, sometimes no junior high school. So the junior high school is situated in another community several miles away. So children have to walk. And so if they can't, they drop out of school. There must be local factories in these communities that can at least ensure that those who are not in school have something to go and do. And some of these things are not things that require skills. Shea butter processing, you don't really require so much to learn how to do it if the cooperatives are in these communities. Smock weaving, you don't really need to have anything, education. That is for those who have fallen off the education ladder. And that is our response to that with the National Apprenticeship Program. We are going to empower the districts to register young people who want to learn trade, who want to learn a skill, who want to learn to do something with their hands, whether it is for the girls and the boys, whether it's hairdressing, dressmaking, pastries making, food catering, all of that. They should be able to learn and then provide these same services within their communities and beyond. So the ICT program in these districts, where we'll be training some of these young people in ICTs. So if your district has at least 5 guys who have learned graphic designing, who have learned social media marketing, when you finish weaving your smocks, you go to, if you're in a village or in a district, you go to this person, they will design your name and your product name and help promote it on a social media page to market it for you. So you can sit in a village in Gushewu or Karaga or Waliwali and sell some of the things that you produce within your community, outside of the community. Right now, at least if you come to the cities, transport is there, you can bring your things, you know that courier services are all there. So we have this integrated program to empower the communities, because we want the youth to stay, live and work in these communities. Those that need to move away for education should be able to go have their secondary or tertiary education and should still be able to want to go back to their communities and set up viable, businesses in those communities.
That's the apprenticeship program.
Yes.
It's almost like we're doing Manifesto Watch. We have Manifesto Watch every day except Fridays, 45 minutes, where we extend a hand to the political parties to come sell their policies.
Which is very important.
Yes, and we've had the MPP and NDC in recent days come talk about education and even the Ghana Union movement and all the other parties. Shams, please let's wrap up on the Kasoa rituals and killing, because we are out of time.
Well, with that, we have diagnosed this problem for a while. Years ago, when I remember the time I was pregnant with my first, and I was scanning the TV channels. It was the multimedia channel at the time. That is when I came face to face with the proliferation of all these spiritual channels and the money-making channels. If it's garbage in, garbage out. That is why Bob Marley sang this song, "Emancipate ourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds." If our minds are captured by that which is not productive, this is what we would be left with. Where young people now believe that the quickest way to become rich is, you are distracting me, your producer is distracting me.
Go ahead, Shams. Apologies.
Sometimes we don't see what is happening behind the scenes, right? So I am saying that the National Communications Authority must do a very important work of screening. You see, there's a thin line between freedom of expression, and sometimes people, use freedom of expression to replace freedom of thought. It's an easy way. Instead of thinking through these problems and actually creating solutions, we just go on a freedom of expression, and this is where we have now. It cannot be right that a developing country that has so many problems is now promoting more spirituality than development, than education, than awareness creation. It is a recipe for disaster, as we have seen with this dastardly act that was committed. The wickedness, when the heart of man becomes so hardened by the environment that is shaping him to become what he becomes, that children can kill their fellow child, then you know that we as a society have a lot of work to do. And we must start that work by refining the images, the stories that we show to our children and that we show to ourselves. It is not only our children. This get rich scheme is everywhere. People are doing all kinds of things just to be rich, just to have money, all because people have lost hope that hard work pays. So we are promoting smart work, and sometimes smart work is not legal work. Sometimes smart work is evil work. Smart work is blood work. Smart work is murdering somebody in order to get what you want. These are not the things we must be using our television, because television is such a powerful tool for social conscientization. The West used media. They used mass media to sell America. They used the media to sell the American dream, where they told the citizens that you are special, you are brilliant, you are good enough, you can be any and everything you want to do. If you learn hard, you can have your American dream. That in America, the son of a laborer can become a president by working hard. And yet, what are we putting in our television screens every day? All kinds and manners of content that is rather depraving the society rather than edifying this society.
Right.
Public broadcasters like the GBC must also do better in terms of what you promote, in terms of what you allow on your screen. I know, because you are burdened with the economy, you also allow a lot of people to come in. And sometimes the spiritualists will tell you that if we are allowing churches and imams to come and advertise, why shouldn't they be able to also come and advertise? If you want to advertise and solve problem, advertise and solve problem. But you cannot come and advertise that if you bring me 5 cedis, I will give you 20 cedis. That 20 cedis is illegal tender. I have something to say finally.
We have to go.
Finally, I want to ask Ghanaians, because coming into the studio and traveling, I met a group of people, and some of them said that, so I was just asking them what they are going to do this year, who are they going to vote for, and some were disillusioned. They said, oh, they've given up on NDC and NPP. They repeated this popular refrain, they are all the same. They said, oh, the NPP and NDC is just like asking us to choose the lesser of two evils. This morning, I beg your pardon, to those group of people who make these statements, who think that the next election is about choosing between a rock and a hard place. If that is your premise with which you're going into this election, I would want to engage you on that premise with one thing. Who has hurt you the most? Using your own premise in thinking and in saying that choosing between the NPP and the NDC is like choosing between the devil and the deep blue sea. And I'm asking you this morning, between the NDC and the NPP, who has hurt you the most?
Okay.
Who has hurt your money?
Right.
Who has hurt your savings? Who has hurt your investment? Who has hurt your incomes? Who has hurt your employment? Who has hurt your access to affordable education across all levels? Who has hurt your access to quality health care across all levels? Who has hurt Ghana the most?
Thank you.
Please answer this question. Who has eroded our accountability? Let me just wrap up. Our accountability institutions. Yesterday, I heard Kweku Azar say that under this government, as the Afrobarometer has also said, our judiciary has become very complicit in the erosion of our democracy. This same country has said by its people that 87% of us believe that this country is headed in the wrong direction under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Nana Baumia government.
Thank you so much, Shamima
Who has hurt this country?
Okay.
And your answer can only be one. It is the New Patriotic Party. It is Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
I'm sure
it is Dr. Baumia who have hurt this country in ways we have not.
If you agree with Shamima, you know how to reach Shamima and tell her if what she said has gone down well with you. But
and vote for NDC come December 7th.
Unfortunately, we couldn't have the MPP on the show today. Tabitha Ayila was billed to appear with Shamima Muslim, but she couldn't make it, and so Shamima Muslim is with the National Communications Team of the National Democratic Congress, the NDC, and she's an officer with the Zongo, National Zongo Caucus as well. I'm trying not to say the wrong thing. I am Altity Saida Sadiq. We're back with more GTV Breakfast Day.
Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, miss it, baby. Just not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. You're chilling when the rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're chilling when the rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, 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 oh.
And we're back. It's still hashtag GTV Breakfast. My name is Jay Gabra, that GTV boy. It's time now for some birthday dedications. The first one is going out to Pastor Alex. Happy birthday, Pastor Alex, Senior Pastor, Intercessory Prayer Sanctuary, Atomic Down. This is coming from your lovely wife, Elizabeth, and your children, Obaya and Miguel. Your lovely wife, Elizabeth, and your children, Obaya and Miguel, and the entire church. That's Intercessory Prayer Sanctuary at Atomic Down. They say, God bless you, and we love you. Happy birthday, Daddy. So happy birthday to you, Pastor Alex. And also today is your birthday. Now let's celebrate your incredible life and hard work. Happy birthday to you, my dearest daughter, Abnadonu. My prayer for you is Psalm 41, verse 2. The Lord will protect you and preserve your life. He will bless you in the land and not surrender you to the desire of your foes. Amen. Amen. Happy birthday, dear. This is from your parents, Clementavia and Kate Ajakuma. Abna, we love you so much. So Abna, this from your parents. They say happy birthday to you and they love you so much. And this last one is going out to Anjozumape. Today is your birthday. The guys in the group RDB say happy birthday to you and God's blessings upon your life now and always. And may his face shine upon you always. Amen. So now to everyone celebrating their birthday, happy birthday. And this song is a birthday dedication going out to all of you. Enjoy.
Every weapon formed against me.
Cape Coast or Elmina. Will hopefully in this sit down give you some cardinal pointers in the direction to go with the running mate of the It Is Possible campaign and vice presidential hopeful on the ticket of the New Patriotic Party. Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh is former Education and Energy Minister and MP for the good people of Minchia South. Thank you for making time and for welcoming us into your home.
Good morning.
Another day, another call to action. It's a call for a better life for all Ghanaians. That is the vision?
That is solely the vision. As human beings and as political parties, we live for a better tomorrow. We should be acceptable to that fact that with God, everything is possible.
On the campaign trail, across the country, you are delivering certain key messages. It's less than 50 days, even less, to the election on December 7. What is the main message on your It Is Possible trail?
The main message is a message of hope. Message that resonates with Ghanaians. Message that should reassure Ghanaians that going forward, the best person to lead us is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. The message sounds very, very hopeful and reassuring. That with Dr. Bawumia and his NPP in the helm of affairs, it could only be better for Ghana.
What should we base this hope that you're calling for on?
In the last 8 years, what has happened on the education has been unprecedented for Ghanaians and Ghana, for the individuals who have gone through education field, and what it portends for the whole country called Ghana. Before I became the first education minister under His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia's government, in the MPP government, there were certain statistics that confronted us. And I'll give about 5 or 6 of them. When all primary 2 pupils around the world are assessed, and we have that assessment done every other year or every 3 years, where a select number of countries are assessed based upon their primary 2 pupils. And the primary 2 pupils should be able to read and write, comprehend and do certain things at that level. When we're ranked in the country, amongst the nations, only 2%, only 2 out of 100 of our primary 2 pupils achieved the standard for a primary 2 pupil student all over the world. Ghana, we were literally last. It wasn't only that. We have another assessment, international assessment for primary 4 students in mathematics called TIMS in science. Oh, that is for junior high school 1 students. But we have 4-year-old national educational assessments. And we failed so poorly, the whole country. We had less than 18% attaining that rank of assessment that we expected at primary 4 pupils. It wasn't only that. You come to junior high schools and we only had another international assessment for science and mathematics, TIMS. And that as well, we were last comparatively the whole world when they assessed about 43 nations or thereabouts. We were last. That prompted the government before Nana Addo Dankwa's government, that is John Mahama's government, to exit from international assessments. So if the only indicator of quality of education is learning outcomes, and learning outcomes is what we can assess and compare ourselves to. We have been doing WASI and WAEC exams for God knows when, to compare ourselves to our neighbors and to compare ourselves internationally. And we were failing on all those marks. When you look at WASI, for years before this, Excellency the President, the best attainment for maths was 31% were passing. English, about 51% were passing. So the country, educational standards-wise, were very low. It's not the number of your classroom blocks or how nice it is. It's the outcomes, the learning outcomes that says it all. And it was very poor. We all remember the big story around the country around that time. If the head teacher, if you don't have money to buy chalk, then don't teach. That was the level that we had put in. And one of the key things about your education is reflected in your teachers, how your teachers feel. And before the Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo came, 3 years, teachers had what we call legacy arrears. Their promotional allowances, their salaries were all in arrears for about 3 years. And teachers who were employed because of resignation or death, when you get employed for 3 years, you get paid for 3 months. Not only that, Student teachers, allowances that they had enjoyed for years, hundreds of years. They were cancelled. They were cancelled with the phrase, we don't care about you teachers. We don't care about your vote. We have cancelled it. If you don't vote for us, stop. That was the phrase. So, education-wise has never been a priority of the previous government before Nana Dankwa. And this is all summed up as the National Educational Report 2015 that we came to inherit. That is clear in that report that says that Ghanaians are of sufficient rich nature that government should not interfere in education. So if you can't afford it, we shouldn't be bothered. So the government did everything to demonstrate that it was not concerned about education. He felt that the education was for the rich. That is why they introduced even utility bills to secondary schools and to universities. Not only that, that is why they stagnated capitation grant for 8 years that they were in government.
What change did you bring on board?
So now,
even now there are challenges, and some of the issues that you mentioned before about quality of the education, about the quality of the teaching, about the quality of the schools operations in general have also been called into question under your watch, under the watch of the NPP.
I wouldn't say we have 100% perfect educational system. But from where we are, the 2% is now 38%. The WASI failures, right? Now, last year's examination, we had, for the core subjects that's to take you into university, A1 to C6. Over 60% of students we put there passed at that level, right? Mathematics pass rate is now over 60%. It tells you that we have moved it from the doldrums to where it is. And that is why it is only a Bawumia government that can continuously improve education out there. We are on a journey. We expect you improve upon what you came to meet.
Have you done that? How many classrooms have you added?
Every single.
How many schools have you added?
Every single. When we came to about 600 schools, now we have about 1,000 secondary schools. Every single measurement of assessment that is objectively done, Ghana has improved over 400%.
Objectively?
Objectively.
So there's some that you believe are not objective. Which ones will those
be? What I'm trying to say, I talked about 5 objective assessments. And on all those 5 objective assessments, Ghana is far better now. When you come to teacher, how we've treated the teacher, who is at the center for any educational reform, right? The general teacher who was employed under the previous government was a diploma general certificates teacher, a diploma. As we speak, every teacher is a graduate with specialism certificates for early grade, primary, junior high school or senior high school.
Despite the concerns raised with the teacher licensure examinations, for example.
You see, that's the hypocrisy of those who are raising issues of teacher licensure.
What's the hypocrisy?
I'll tell you the hypocrisy. Go and check NDC Manifesto 2012. They said they would institute a teacher professional exams and licensure exams. 2012. In 2015 manifesto, they said they would implement full teacher licensing because between 2012 and 2016 examination, they had already piloted teacher licensure. They had appointed somebody in charge of National Teaching Council and National School Inspectorate called Dr. Tewia, who is a member of parliament in the NDC government now. He held 2 registrar positions, National Teaching Council, and they had piloted teacher licensure in 5 districts in the country. So they were bold enough to say that they have succeeded, and that if they had come to power in 2017, they were going to implement teacher licensure. So that is the hypocrisy of the government. That started teacher licensure, that did the pilot program, that gave the word that they are going to do it, saying now when I come. But let's take a brief. It's not only teachers who are doing the licensure or professional examination. Nurses do it. In fact, there are nursing colleges that don't write final exams, they just write the licensure exams. Nurses do it. Doctors do it. Architects do it. Surveyors do it. Pharmacists do it. Accountants do it. Mention any professional body in the world that doesn't have licensure.
Are teachers better off under your watch?
100%. 100% better than under MPP than under
Even
NDC.
despite the fact that they've also raised issues about non-payment of some allowances and, for example, initiatives like the one teacher, one laptop initiative, which run into
no teacher.
Just
last week, I was with the teacher unions and I asked a simple question. Is there any teacher we promised one laptop who we haven't delivered? They said no. Every teacher that was promised one laptop was delivered. But let me tell you, every year we employ new teachers. I was the minister that did a one laptop, one teacher, one laptop. And we knew exactly the number of teachers that we provided laptops. Subsequently, since I finished and I left the ministry, I can tell you there are about probably 20, 30,000 more teachers that have been employed. So it is not a static position, it's a dynamic position that every year we are employing more teachers. Every year, Ghana, we employ teachers. We employ 5,000, 10,000 teachers. So the one teacher, one laptop for those beneficiaries who were supposed to receive it, every single one of them must receive it. And I know that the current Minister of Education has put in place a system where those who are coming out would also get it. But you have to come out and you have to start working as a teacher before you can get a laptop. So at every time there will be some teachers who may not have gotten the laptop because they might not be working as teachers in the Ghana Education Service System. So yes, it's a dynamic thing. And we have even gone further as a government to start one student, one laptop in secondary schools. So it is not a fluid, it's not a static situation. Every year there will be SS students. So every year we'll have to provide.
But you admit that there have been challenges which started with the implementation of one of your major claims of achievement with free SHS.
Wow, I would end the teachers' laptop issue. Okay. Before we came, NDC has started some laptops for teachers. They were promised at 30,000 laptops. We forget with the RLG. You feel the cacophony of noises. Not the distribution of those laptops went to party communicators and never went to teachers. Compare that to supply of over about 500,000 laptops to teachers as we speak. It's dramatic influence. Every single indicator. You talked about teachers, and I've told you, every teacher starts on a salary 3 times higher than previously before we came to meet. We started the professional development allowances that we have paid. We started with 1,200, that is now 2,400. We gave teacher support workers 600 allowance, that is going to 800. Every single scale of the teacher logistics pack for a newly teacher that is recruited in the Ghana Education Service that never existed under NDC. A comprehensive teacher policy, the first of its kind ever in this country, that never existed under NDC. So for a teacher, we did better. For a student, 300, 400 times better. I've showed you the educational achievement. Not only that, teaching and learning materials, which is the third pillar of a quality education. 9 years before Nanado government, they didn't supply a single textbook at any level in this country. And now, fast forward, we changed the curriculum to a standards.
Has that helped the standard?
Yes.
Consensus has been raised about the curriculum.
If the standards had not been improved, we wouldn't have gotten the results we are getting from an assessment.
We've talked to parents whose concern is that it appears that for different schools, different things are being taught at different classes.
But who says every school should be taught the same thing at the same class? Because we don't have the same class.
In the past, when I went to school, for example, whatever I was being taught at Bishop Girls' School was pretty much the same thing. If it was class 5, that was being taught at Chebi, private school.
Bishop Girls' is a private school. Chebi is a public school.
Bishop Girls' School is public. It's a public school.
The teachers are different.
So
the teachers, you see, that is the
why do we now have
a subject,
different things being taught at the same classes?
It's not. You are wrong, and get it right. The same 2 teachers handling mathematics in primary 5 will have a different teaching approach depending upon the students that are available for that teacher. But at the end of the day, they should execute the curriculum fully before an international assessment.
So the curriculum does not give room for conflict. It's the teaching approach.
The teaching approach. If you have a class where, let's say, 50% are gifted, where the students comprehend far better than the average class, your teaching approach should be different. True or false? True or false? And we have inclusive education in this country. We are even allowing people with different learning abilities to sit in the same class. We all follow the same curriculum.
Has the EduWatch report come to your attention? I'm sure it has, because it identifies
the EduWatch report comes out every year. and it brings out challenges. At a certain point in time, they were bringing out challenges of lack of furniture in classrooms. At the point in time, they were bringing out challenges of lack of school uniforms.
You've admitted that the free SHS policy is not bereft of difficulties.
Have you ever seen any policy that hasn't got challenges? Tell me one.
Now that you
Even eating in your own house, there can be difficulties.
What would you have done differently? With the benefit of the information that's available to you now, would you admit 2 challenges with free SHS now?
I'll come. When we started free SHS, I never expected that the students of Ghana will vote with the confidence that they did. In 1 year. In 1 year, we have 183,000 more students available than places that were available.
Enrollment has increased.
It's not just enrollment. We heard that free SHS was going to reduce the quality because we are bringing everybody. Yes, apart from those who failed in maths and English at BEC, who were given a chance of a full reset, full government paid reset in their schools that they sat. Everybody was given a place. And yet, the results since 2020 have been remarkably improving year by year, with our best results happening in 2020, where the first batch of cohort of free SHS students who stayed home 5 months because of COVID came to write an international exam, WASI, and scored 88% of all the grade A1s in 8 subjects of the whole of West Africa. It's never happened. So if we go to school because everybody wants their child to improve, you get to beat that in any year in this country. The number of students that came through for placement between 2017 and 2018 were over 183,000. It was slightly more than a third more students became available. Those who saw that we couldn't do because, of course, one negative party decided to run so much negative campaigns against free SHS. But when we did it in a record time of 9 months, and everybody, you've seen celebrities who were obviously at the other party, who took their children to Achimota or other schools and paid nothing and did TikTok shows on it. So Ghanaians then realized, what they said, they have done it. So even those who had failed went to register to come back to the place. And we have a lot of testimonies to that. Those who have stayed home for 4 or 5 years, who didn't have money to go to senior high school, all now went back with their results. And I was the minister. And we admitted people with very good results who didn't necessarily apply in the year that they were coming.
You still haven't told me.
But that's what's coming. I've told you. So that was the single biggest unforeseen challenge that confronted my implementation of free SHS. That is why I came up with the double track. Meanwhile, the double track system, that was not the first time we had started a double track system in Ghana. Go back to 1961 with the accelerated educational program at Nkrumah, when they started building many more schools to let a lot of Ghanaians go to school, an educational program. Many more children turned up to school than the places. So they started a shift system. Under PNDC, there was a shift system. Okay. I didn't introduce a shift system at secondary school because I was going to explain. If you take your time, I'll use your medium to educate Ghanaians.
We're here for that.
The shift system that operated from Nkrumah's time, that came a long time into the 1980s and 1990s. Well, the shift system when somebody goes to school at 8 a.m.
Morning and
afternoon. That is the shift system that operated.
A double track is not
a double track is not a shift system. It's a full curriculum making use of the available space.
But at different times.
At different times during the year. Every teacher leader will tell you there's more contact time under the current semester system than ever. There was 1,054 hours in the 3 terms calendar, and we have 1,128 hours in the semester calendar. It's not true. That is why I'm proving to you it's not true. The 3-term academic year calendar that we inherited, the curriculum was supposed to be done over 9 terms. First year, second year, third year, right? That's what the curriculum for WASI was based upon. We are all in this country, and we all forget that never did it happen under NDC that first terms went to school, or first years went to school before December. They did 3 placements. Go and check, 2015. Go and listen to Kujoto on air. We have finished the phase 1. We are going to go to phase 2. We will do phase 3 to get everybody in. Didn't. So every student missed the first term, meaning the 9-term calendar. You already wasted the first term, so it's left with 8, right?
So challenges.
Wait, I'm coming. I'm telling you. Yes, but the challenges made the students lose 1 term of the 9-term calendar. The exams, the final year exams, started in January, February, missing 2nd term and completely 3rd term of the academic calendar. That is what we inherited. And there are records to show that we sat down with Wawik and we said, no way. We are changing the school system. We are moving from terms to semesters so that we can do a longer school contact hours. Because what is important is the contact hours. And because we are breaking it, we can afford 2 streams at different times. That is the double track. So the double track was not a shift system. Secondly, obviously, the shift system was in day schools and in basic schools, where everybody stayed at home and went to school. True or false? Yeah. The double track was in secondary schools. We couldn't afford, because in Ghana, secondary schools are boarding systems. So you couldn't afford a shift system where somebody will go in the morning and somebody will go in the evening. Yeah. So get it clear. We never operated the shift system that we didn't like there. And even when we inherited the shift system, we did the shift system for over 30, 40, 50 years in this country.
Okay. So we've talked about how the increase in enrollment and the fact that it led them to vote for the policy. Can we also talk about the next? I asked for 2 challenges.
I'm going to go to the second.
So what's the second challenge, and what would you have done differently?
Second challenge is that, in secondary school, apart from the core subject, the 4 core subjects, not all schools do the other elective subjects. Because some schools might do management and living studies, some schools might not do it. Some schools might do agric, some might not do agric. Some might even have technical components like GSTS, some might not have it. So we could not provide textbooks, and listen carefully, for all the elective subjects, because not all the students did all the elective subjects at every school. But for the core subjects, the 4 core subjects that gains you entry into university, we provided the first time a textbook for every student, a supplementary reader for every student, a supplementary reading materials in mathematics for every student, past questions for every student, examiner's report for every student. For the other subjects that were not everybody writing it, those are the elective subjects, we have to provide textbooks, and we did provide textbooks for the school libraries.
Not for the students, for the libraries.
For the school libraries, not for the students. For the core subjects, everybody had 1-to-1. For the non-core subjects, or what we call elective subjects, we had to provide it. And it took us time to gather the information from the schools, which students were running which courses and which school, because they were the schools that the first year students or the final year students, none of them was doing management studies. But even though the first and second years, there were maybe 30 or 40 students. So the logistical planning that was never envisaged, that was a challenge for me, in the sense that quality education comes with teaching and learning materials.
What would you have done differently?
I'm not sure I could have done anything differently, because this was something that hit you when you are offering something. It's like offering laptop to everybody and realizing that you plan for 100,000 students, and all of a sudden you have 200,000 students who have applied.
Would that apply to the school feeding? And that's for basic school, but supplies to secondary schools with the Ghana buffer stock was also problematic at a point. With this knowledge, what would you...
I would have said problematic at which point? Because you added the point. Because during my tenure as a Minister of Education, the problem was not the supply to the schools. The problem, go and check all the papers and all the radio commentaries, the problem was pilfering of these supplies in schools. And we got headmasters, some headmasters sacked because of that. We got some bears sacked because of that. We got other ordinary teachers sacked because of that, to maintain discipline. In fact, I worked so closely with an association of domestic bears and matrons that designed the feeding for the students. That designed. They are the ones who recommended that for items that we buy for all students, it's better. And it just makes common sense that if all the schools eat rice, It's better to have a large supplier for rice for all the schools than every individual school go and shop for rice. We started first year with 20% of the feeding cost being allocated at schools to buy things that were not on the 17 items that buffer stock supplied. And they were way a lot many. The following year, the patrons came and made a plea to me that I should increase it from 20% to 30%, and we did. It shows you how we're working closely with the business to ensure that the kids got a nutritional meal that everybody was satisfied. And I'm telling you, ask any head teacher, any matron. Now the head teachers are calling that we should reinforce that. Because the head teacher should not spend his time going to the market to look for food. It is not the job of the head teacher.
We've run into situations schools had cause to complain that the supplies were not coming, and sometimes
what time was this?
It became
when I was the education minister.
Not when you were education minister.
I can't speak, but every time the current education minister has investigated and come out with a statement on such things, and we found that it was not true. When I was the education minister, there was a particular radio network, very, very popular English radio network in Accra here, based upon the fact that they disliked the free SHS. They came up with stories, and I can tell you, they cited a school called Ningting Venting in the northern region, that people were sleeping outside and they were sleeping in toilets, modified toilets, and we went there the following day. It was absolutely untrue. So let's not forget, a whole party machinery spent 48 different adverts against free SHS with dramatic statements that even if I had 2 billion, I won't do it. With dramatic statement that it cannot be done. If it were going to be done to the Kwame Nkrumah, that will do it. With a dramatic statement that we should wait 20 years before that. With a dramatic statement that the free SHS at 419. Tell me, genuinely, have you heard a single person in that party whose son refused to go to SHS because it's bad? So that is my whole point. That the criticisms
about them, because I can't
radio and TV, you are asking questions that they are asking. And quoting it, the fact that, oh, that's what people are saying.
You spoke to some of them.
You spoke to them. And I'm saying, those people who are even trumpeting, who in NDC qualified, child qualified, nephew qualified for free SHS and didn't go.
So under free SHS, food quality is not a problem.
Before free SHS, the NDC's progressive free SHS, which should also be something we are talking about, because they talk about resetting. That was 38 cities for day students. For 2 years, they never delivered.
Suppliers are not owed arrears.
Conference of Head of Assistant Secondary Schools in the Northeast sector routinely, 8 years under NDC, closed schools in the North for lack of government subvention for 3 to 6 months every year. We came from somewhere and we are going somewhere. And for every standard measure you take, this government has done 400 times better. And I listed the areas, curriculum. There was no curriculum. I listed teaching and learning materials. We did it, supplied the first time in 9 years. We're talking about teacher as a center of educational policy and what we did for the teachers, including their certification and their training and preparing them to come and teach in the classroom. And the allowances that we give, the professional development days, the professional learning committees that we give to teachers, that had never existed. We talked about teacher support. Tell me what we did for them. When you come to the students, I've told you what we've done to the students, which the students voted positively for, by the results that they came up with, the learning outcomes. It tells you that comprehensively, where we started from, we should never forget where we started from, because we don't want to go back, especially when a presidential candidate is telling you, I'm taking you back to where I was when I was. 4 years of doing so would never happen in this country.
Dr. Prempeh, perhaps we'll take a couple of more questions on education and then we'll move on to other items on our list. I've heard you talk about a 30% equity policy on the campaign trail. What's that about?
When we started free SHS, there already existed a policy under the previous government called 30% catchment area, where for the top schools, and actually for almost all the schools in the country, they reserve 30% for those who live the schools situated in their communities. So that's why they call 30% catchment area. When we investigated, did our research, we found out that if the 30% catchment area was really working as it's supposed to work, then when you have all the best schools in Cape Coast, that stretch, Cape Coast, then almost all the students in the public schools in Cape Coast should have places in those very good schools. Falsaman, Wesley Girls, Holy Child, just mention. They're all in the 30% catchment area of Cape Coast. But you found out that hardly the public school students get a place in these schools. So the 30% catchment area was being abused by schools, old students, and whoever is connected in the country. So what we then decided to do was that some of our best schools, the top 55 schools that we had, nearly 90% of the input into these schools were from private schools. That in itself is not bad. But if you are designing an educational system with access and equity as fundamental issues that you need to address, and when the schools are not spatially well distributed over the country, when access, you're talking about access and you're not looking at somebody's challenging background, then you're not being fair. You are creating a society where inequity is being promoted. So we looked at the 30%. We're not going to change anything. The schools at the head had accepted it. But what then we said was that we are going to reserve that 30% for those who went to public schools with very, very challenging background, who get the basic minimum qualification to go to secondary school. You will reserve it for that.
The concerns by some that there appears to be an attempt to introduce some LGBTQ agenda into our school curriculum or something of that nature. What's the position of the party?
One, I think it's wrong to say comprehensive sexual education attempts to introduce LGBT agenda. I think it's wrong. But I also accept that the comprehensive sexual education did allow all forms of relationships to be educated and introduced into the curriculum.
Even when the country's laws do not make those relationships in our society or within our communities?
Yes. I have here that I'll show to Ghanaians. The Adolescent Sexual Reproductive Health and Development Source Book for Teachers. This was produced in 2015, and His Excellency the President, John Dramani Mahama, was the President. The Minister of Education was Jena Nopokwajimai. His famous deputy, we can recall, is Okujeto Ablakwa. Their head of Ghana Education Service was Jacob Kor. And listen to a phrase in the foreword, a preface of this book. On page book. This book was published in 2015. And the preface, I'll read it. I'll show it everyone. Second paragraph. Against this, like millions of young people around the world, Ghana's adolescents and young people need accurate and comprehensive education about sexuality and reproductive health, sexual behaviors. As many young people approach adulthood, they face many conflicting and confusing messages about their sexuality. They are also inadequately prepared for their sexual lives, and this leaves them potentially vulnerable to abuse and exploitation, unintended pregnancy, and sexually transmitted diseases, including HIV. Against this background, the Ghana Education Service continues in its efforts to prepare adolescents aged 10 and 19, who are currently 31% of the total population in Ghana, to become healthy and responsible adults. Following the National Population Policy, the Adolescent Reproductive Health Policy 2000, all currently being revised. The Ministry of Education Strategic Plan 2010 to 2020, a revised curriculum with integrated sexual education has been rolled out from KG to senior high school in all schools across the country. In Ghana, sexual education is integrated across relevant subjects within the school curriculum. This source book I'm reading, therefore, is designed to provide teachers accurate information on adolescent sexual reproductive health issues. It serves as a reference and teaching source that all support teaching and learning in adolescent sexual reproductive health.
Adolescent, again, the word comes again.
Yes, I'm coming. And he has defined the age for you.
10 to 19.
But still went and said it's being taught from KG.
So that's where the...
Let me just finish reading it. And you see the hypocrisy of what I'm talking about. He said, this source book, therefore, is designed to provide teachers accurate information on ASRH issues. It serves as a reference and a teaching source that all will support teaching and learning. The production of this book is a product of continuous collaboration, and collective efforts of UNFPA, United Nations Funds for Population, Palladium, and GHRH, Ghana Health Reproductive Project, and Ghana Education Service, led by the School Health Unit, SHEP, with inputs from the Curriculum Research and Development Division of Ghana Education Service. I am particularly grateful to UNFPA and Palladium for the financial and technical support on all processes leading to the development and printing of this source book. It is my expectation that the information will be helpful to all members of the education community to update their knowledge and skills, and also to help students in and out of school, adolescents, and young people with challenges as they transit from adulthood into responsible.
What do you want to clarify here?
What I want to clarify is that between 2012 and 2016, before Nanado came to office, $51 million had been signed and received by Ghana through the Ministry of Finance for Ministry of Health, NGOs and FBOs, Ministry of Education, to promote comprehensive sexuality education in this country. Despite the fact that they said 10 to 19-year-olds, the same forward I'm reading tells you that they introduced it from KG through everybody else in the Ghana Education Service. And I've got it all printed. I'll give you a copy. I gave this presentation to the Council of State in 2019 when it became an issue. And the hypocrisy was that there's more than enough evidence to show they had gone around, they had taught teachers, they had even revised the curriculum and put it in the revised curriculum that they said, teaching comprehensive sexuality, that allowed the teaching of other forms of relationships into the Ghana Education Service.
Did you disagree with that bit?
No, I didn't disagree with that bit. But when NPP came to office, this, whether I liked it or not, whether I disagreed or not, it's something that had been done and had been put into the school curriculum. A source book that had been even produced. I'm giving you a copy. The curriculum, I've printed a copy here. The teachers have been trained. So my disagreement or not, that doesn't matter. They had introduced it into our educational setup. I have evidence here, where in a demonstration school practice in the northern region, Tamale for Spectre, nuns were invited to come and all sorts of things. It's here. Evidence, people who went, attended, signed.
Was it your impression that that was not to have been done? It should not have happened?
They were the experts. Ghana Education Service is the implementer of our education. On the board of Ghana Education Service, before these things are approved, the Ghana Education Service Board includes all the faith-based organizations. So this had happened on the watch of all these agencies, NGOs, CSOs, who had participated. The money that NDC took in 2012, signed for 2011, came on board in 2012 under President Mahama. Some NGOs took some of the money. Some CSOs took some of the money, all to help come up with this in our schools. There was no protest from any of them. The hypocrisy is when Okujeto turns around to come and say that we are, MPP is introduced into the curriculum. And I hear all these faith-based organizations, NGOs, who are represented on Ghana Education Service Board, and that's whose watch this was produced and taught in schools. Come and blame MPP. That is the hypocrisy. That is the hypocrisy. That I had a letter from the Catholic Church Ghana that I, Matthew Prempeh, have introduced this into schools, and they disagree. Where were they when they were sitting on the Ghana Education Service Board?
Under Baumia presidency, is that something that will be withdrawn?
We've had 8 years of Nanado's government. Let me speak about that as far as this is concerned and set the record straight. So when Nanado came, one of the things that we said we're going to do was to change the whole school curriculum. And we moved it from an objective-based curriculum to a standards-based curriculum. NDC revised the curriculum and we changed the curriculum. When we changed the curriculum, one of the issues that came were what we call subjects that were overriding different areas. We brought them together to give them specific places in the curriculum, like sanitation, like environmental issues. And one of the subjects that became standalone in the new curriculum was adolescent sexual education. I'll tell you. So in the new curriculum, we produced, after the cabinet had approved the curriculum, the Ghana Education Service, I write it under me, I'm not running away, under me, in 2017, I'll show it to you, when we were doing the curriculum. We got a letter, don't be worried, we got a letter from Ghana Education Service telling us, I want to give you the date and show that I was the minister. In July 2017, there was the draft guidelines of comprehensive sexual education that had come out of the curriculum was done. And in April 2019, when we finished with the curriculum, we got a letter from Ghana Education Service to National Council for Curriculum and Assessment, NACA, on 29th April, that they should insert guidelines for comprehensive sexuality education in Ghana. They should insert it into our new curriculum. Right? And that is this book. What I did as a minister was to take this book to cabinet, because cabinet had already approved the curriculum, and Ghana Education Service had written to us that we should insert it. I've showed you the letter, I've told you it happened under my watch. So I took this, like I'd taken the curriculum to cabinet. When I took it to cabinet and we shared it to every cabinet member, the president allowed Professor Jambafo to go and have a look and read and come up with the fact that things that were alien to our culture is not necessarily brought into our classrooms. At our cabinet, at Nanado's cabinet. In fact, the majority leader, Chambers Abusu, said in cabinet, quoting the constitution, that we cannot promote things that are alien to our culture. So at cabinet, when Professor Jambafo came back, he said that when he goes through this outline, he doesn't find things wrong, anything wrong. But there are certain phrases that are in that can be interpreted anyway. We deleted all those phrases, and still His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo said he wouldn't approve for this to be introduced into our curriculum. It remained a guideline. So how is it Nana Akufo-Addo telling Ghanaians that it's Bachepoku Prempeh who introduced curriculum? 2015 was I the minister? Maybe he was the minister in name but not at duty, so he can excuse himself. But if she was the minister, and is the first minister since 1992 who served a 4 full-year term as Minister of Education, she cannot run away from her handiwork.
Sunona Sogli has come out to announce that it is shutting down. It has shut down the plant because of debts that is owed to the company by ECG. Having served as energy minister and having told Ghanaians and everyone else the efforts that went into solving Dumso and the Dum CACA comment and all that, what's the agenda to improve our power situation?
Thelma, we all remember Jerry John Rawlings for bringing district assembly into Ghana. Even though they existed as local government, they renewed it under Professor Kasoa, one of the Ahoys, I've forgotten the name, right? And institutionalized it as even part of our constitution, decentralization and everything. We do remember President Kofor, if for nothing, for free maternal care and national health insurance, for a lot of other things. We do remember, and we remind ourselves of Nana Akufo-Addo, for free SHS that we've talked about. By far, the biggest social intervention that Ghana or a country in sub-Saharan Africa has ever done. When we recall His Excellency John Mahama's presidency, he who inherited President Mills and gave not a single credit to President Mills for all that he had done in 4 years and attributed everything to himself. We recall President John Mahama's presidency as the presidency of Dumso. For 4 years, full 4 years under his own, we only had Dumso. I never heard an interviewer question how he ever wanted to take us from Dumso. Because when even Nana-Addo won the presidency before handover, President John Mahama's comment was, we'll see where you would find the money to bring the lights. Because Nana-Addo was promising lights. 8 years of His Excellency Nana-Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bahumia's term, there has been lights.
How much have you added to the national grid?
Plenty, over 132 megawatts. We demonstrate even far more than that. But let's see the contrast, because you're bringing energy. The energy is a proxy for the economy. That is why one of your stations, the people could say that any sign of a failing economy is Dumso in Ghana here. And they don't know why it looks like our economy is failing and the lights are still on. We are not being given credit, but at least let's appreciate that under His Excellency Nana-Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, there has been lights for 8 years.
Even if ECG has not fulfilled its obligations.
Who said
on servicing the debts?
When President Mahama left, there was over $1.3 billion debt that they hadn't settled. And it was accumulated at $600 million a year of capacity payments. But he increased under President Mills, President Mahama. Every year we increased electricity bills by at least 50%. But we never got electricity one full week.
If you could advise current energy minister
I'm not advising, before I jump into advice, which everybody must be careful giving advice. 50%, when we were increasing electricity bill by 50%, we were in light off. There was no light for the kenke seller. There was no light for the fishmonger. There was no light for the barber. Everybody had a generator. When was the last time, Thelma, you switched on your generator? So let's appreciate that when you talk about energy, even when advanced countries during COVID, they were not paying salaries. Even you, almighty United States of America, federal workers were furloughed. Why? Because there was no work. If there's no work, government gets no revenue. So if government gets no revenue, he's not going to pay you. United States of America. No Ghanaian worker lost a single cedi or peso, even as an allowance. Not only that, we gave light for free, we gave water for free.
Some say we paid for some of those
yes,
later.
But you paid after the crisis. You didn't pay during the crisis. But still government paid salaries. Go and check African countries. Some teachers weren't paid.
Solutions for energy.
Upcoming. So appreciate the fact that even when we went to crisis, His Excellency Nana-Addo did what even some advanced countries in the world couldn't do. When Nana-Addo came to office, we were at IMF. And one of the reasons that we had gone to IMF was for policy credibility. And for Ebola, there was not a single case of Ebola in Ghana. But President John Mahama's government went to IMF using Ebola that had happened in Liberia as an excuse for non-functioning
energy solution.
That's what I'm saying. Do you appreciate that 8 years we have had electricity? If you do appreciate that 8 years we have lights on, then when Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who was the head of the economic management team, says that under his government, lights are going to be on. Yes, we've heard Sonia Sogli. I'm really, really disheartened that he will write such a letter. But he's written it. Because yes, he's not in here for charity. He's in here to make profit of his business. But I think the government will solve it. This is not the first time. When I was sitting in the Ministry of Education, I got all manner of letters from all manner of people who were supplying us electricity for non-payment. We sit down and we pay.
I'll pick your thoughts on two other issues and then we rise.
Cannot be a proxy for doing so. When President Mahama was not paying, and there was out trying to do so in the country, I never heard this letter displayed publicly from them, even though they were writing to the government to pay them. At this time when we are in elections, he would decide to write a letter in this way and make it public. Fine. I think the minister is capable of sitting with Sonia Nogle and solving that problem.
Illegal mining. The mining activities of those illegal players in the field have not been curtailed. What's the extra plan?
Do you have an idea of those illegal layers, who they are?
Well, suggestions have been made that some may be politically exposed persons and others are just regular people who are engaging in an illegality. The government has the responsibility to protect the environment. Why do you think that has been so difficult?
Illegal mining activity. has been here in this country over 200 years. I do recall that, or through my research, it happened under the First Republic, it happened under the military dictatorships, it happened under the Second Republic, it happened under the Third Republic, and it's happened under the Fourth Republic. But I can also say, the only government ever in the history of this country who has openly encouraged illegal mining activity is John Dramani Mahama's government.
Encouraged?
Yes! Condoned and encouraged as President John Dramani's government. If you care to go through the history of his government, I would prove to you. Ghanaians are confronted with two presidential candidates, for which one will become the president 7 January.
So what's your candidate's solution?
Yes, and I must first let Ghanaians know the difference so that they will get the ear to hear the solutions a better presidential candidate is afforded.
Okay, sit with that.
If they don't hear the difference, they wouldn't know.
Sit with that quickly for me then.
The illegal people you say, who may be or not politically exposed, invaded the mines of Anglo Gold Ashanti for gold. Public, papers, radio, TV, they were in thousands. Anglo Gold sent an SOS, Ashanti, to President John Mahama. In fact, he didn't listen. Anglo Gold sent an SOS through the Asantehene to President Mahama. What was President Mahama's comment? That they said, bring us the military to come and protect our concessions. The invaders are destroying equipment. When AGC's fields were being actively invaded by illegal, and they requested for troops. Troops have been guiding mines all over, and Anglo Gold Ashanti is a veritable mine, the single largest gold mine in the world for over a century. The president shirked his responsibility and said, I can't do anything. He told us something. He told the AGC reporters. In fact, it was under President Mahama's watch, if you are talking about governments that can provide jobs, that shut down Anglo Gold Ashanti. That became such a headache that the king of Ashanti had to intervene with a presidential candidate, Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo, that do something. And Nana promised that when I come, I'll make sure Anglo Gold comes back to work and the illegal invaders leave the place.
Have they left in?
Yes, under Ashanti. It's now AGA.
Is it reflecting in the state of our environment and the water bodies?
We started from here. Now AGA is employing people in Obuasi. I was there. People are very happy. People are very happy. And the illegals have left. Not only that, it was under His Excellency John Dramani Mahama when he took between 3,000 and 5,000 people illegally onto the leasehold area of consolidated diamonds, Ghana Consolidated Diamonds.
Are you proud of how the NPP has handled the Galamsey fight?
That is the history. That is the history. I'll get there. He took 3,000 and he and Baba Jamal inaugurated, he called it Youth in Mining. But I say it was Youth in Galamsey. Why? They didn't have a license because that license for that area already belonged to GCD. The people were not trained before they went there. They were not given any machines, but they were told to mine. He even had a confrontation with Ochehene. When Ochehene realized that the Brim River was getting polluted because of those activities, John Mahama said that it is a youth in mining program.
Again, I'm suggesting that was then.
So if rivers started being polluted, it started under John Dramani Mahama.
What's happening
when you let the cats out of the bag or the horses build the stables, you have a difficulty in resolving it.
What's happening?
It had come to a head. It had come to a head that in 2020 elections, His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo stated publicly before the elections that he is going to deal with Galamsey, which is illegal mining.
Has he?
Coming. I'm saying, when Nana said, and his own party people said, hey, we are going to elections. Why are you going to clamp on Galamsey? You know what he said? He said, if he should lose the election, it sits with his conscience and God to fight Galamsey. What was former president's response? He said, all those on Galamsey's side, even those who have been arrested, When I come, I'll give you a general amnesty to go and continue the work.
I'm asking
so
because now it's your government in power.
I'm coming. I'll get there. So when we started arresting the excavators and things, these same reporters, one of whom is asking me questions now, is hey, government should have a human face. You were shouting. When they will be arrested and put in jail, pastors, reverends, bishops were shouting, oh, you have to do it. The only thing is to seize the excavator. If you have no work used to do it, when you seize it, how government decides to dispose of what he has seized is nobody's business.
What will John Mahama signing a pact on illegal mining do?
I'll get to the pact. The hypocrisy of President Mahama is what I'm talking about here.
What would
you
him
who
signing the
encourage,
pact do?
You are the first sitting president who introduced illegal miners onto acquired concessions. And when the presidential candidate was saying, let's all stop it, you were even using it as a campaign platform.
But former
lo and
President
behold,
Mahama is no longer president.
Lo and behold,
it's the NPP
let me tell you the
that's
consequence
of
that irresponsible statement John Mahama made. Let me tell you the consequences. It became everybody went to do it.
He's no longer
the government
president.
Then decided that the impunity, NDC, not only the president, the vice president of NDC, the running mate of NDC, just about a month ago, was in Takwa. You heard what he said. Whenever did it become an issue that because government could not provide you with work, you condone illegality?
Are you proud of the NPP's handling of the Galamsey issue?
Yesterday, you were in this country when there was near riot in Parliament of Ghana. It was the consequence of John Mahama's and Nana Akufo-Addo's irresponsible statement of Galamsey that made MPP lose 20 seats in Galamsey areas. And we lost our majority. And we are living the consequences of that in Parliament.
It was only because of
yes, it was only because of that.
Because of illegal mining.
Because of illegal mining.
No other
because
reason
we lost
for
MPP,
losing those seats.
MPP, listen to this thing. There is a certain NDC MP who has sent flyers that it is MPP government because we lost all the seats in those areas. That is why we are bringing back the issue of Galamsey, so when we come there and force them to stop. NDC MP, who benefited from the irresponsible statement of President John Mahama.
Wrap this one.
I should wrap this up.
Yes, and then I'll pick your final thoughts.
President Mahama has an 8-point agenda for illegal mining.
Well, because you've been talking about
so
the opposition.
If you don't want it, then I won't even start.
I want to give you time to talk about Dr. Bawumia's vision, but you are talking about the opposition, so I'm
not talking about the opposition. I'm talking about the hypocrisy of the opposition. Trying to take advantage again of our unsuspecting Ghanaians.
What's Dr. Bawumia's vision on handling Galamsey, for example? That's one opportunity.
So we are going to turn all illegal miners to legal miners. It's only when you bring them into the ambit of legality that you can regulate and control them.
That's one. Next.
2, because there are many small people, individuals involved, he's going to make sure the Ghana Geological Survey and Minerals Commission lead and direct them to where there is enough gold for them, so that they don't do a trial and error method. They go here, they go here, they go here. 3, it has already started, that we will bring in machinery that will let them mine and get better results out of the mines. That will not pollute the environment, destroy the environment. 4, taking out foreigners from our mining areas and making sure it's Ghanaians who will get the money and spend it in Ghana, who are doing the mining. So he's going to support them, not only with technology, but with a mineral development bank that is going to provide resources for them to do the work and do it legally. If you give them the legal licenses with the legal areas, you can monitor and find out who is trespassing and who is not. Then if somebody trespasses, there are offenses that the person and consequences for the person. Right? So I've talked about 8 points.
Why should Ghanaians vote for Dr. Bawumia?
Because obviously he's the man of the vision, he's the man of the moment. I keep saying this. Every moment has its own person. You heard what President His Excellency John Brown said just last week. Do you hear what he said? When the whole world is going digitalization, when we are in the AI world, and we are moving, the whole world is becoming a global village because of technology. Look at the statements he's made. He's resetting us. He's telling Ghans that, you eat digitalization. He said it too. He said it. After promising the fish harbor, he couldn't deliver. And another Dan Kwaku-Father has delivered 19 or so fish harbors around the country, modern places for Ghana fishermen. You go and stand there and you say they are only good for kinky and fish. Such a president, why are you going to give you jobs? Because he doesn't even understand jobs. He doesn't understand where the jobs of the future lie. When we are talking about 1 million computer literates, when we are talking about people who will come and do AI and bring AI into Ghana society for the benefit of Ghanaians, he's talking about kinky and fish.
A lot of Ghanaians complain about the economy or the situation being hard, kroma yeding. And many of them who belong in the pensioners category and those who had bonds, who went into the DDEP, are usually the ones who have had cause to complain. Recently, you apologized for the head cuts that some people suffered. Is that an admission that government perhaps did not handle the situation entirely the way it should have been handled? And what's the plan for making the lives of Ghanaians better? Perhaps that would be my final question.
I've searched the two manifestos of the leading parties. I never saw anywhere in John Dramani's manifesto talking about reducing the cost of living and making it more bearable for Ghanaians, apart from Dr. Banime's manifesto. Yes, we appreciate that the cost of living is going high. But what are we going to do? And that's why we have outlined in our manifesto. Like, one example, making sure we bring electric vehicles in the country to reduce transport fare by about 30%. And we have started bringing it out, rolling out. Making sure that we're going to get more jobs for more people. Making sure that everybody goes through secondary school and maintaining free secondary schools, that when the people finish secondary school, they can go into gainful employment. Bringing apprenticeships downstream, mainstream. Making sure skilled training is the order of the day. So there are a lot of things that we are going to do to reduce the cost of living. Like bringing in more digital information or digitalization that will reduce corruption and waste of time and everything. That you don't have to go and queue from Wale Wale to Accra for a passport, and you can sit in Wale Wale and apply for your passport and be delivered. When it's ready, you take it, you go. Making passport only relevant for the purposes of traveling. But even moving past that, we are making sure Ghana card, by the time Baumia leaves office, Ghana card, you don't need a passport. The Ghana card also becomes a passport. That is where we are going. That is where we are going. We are using technology to move Ghana further into 21st century. Ghana is one of the few countries in Sub-Saharan Africa that is financial inclusion. You don't need to go and open a bank account. Your Momo account is just like a bank account. And people are saying that people don't need digitalization, they only need kinky and fish. But I want to answer the question of DDEP. I want to look straight in the eyes of Ghanaians. That me, Matthew Prempeh, my family has suffered things similar to DDEP where the government never came back to resolve it. We're in this country when one morning we were told to bring all our monies to the bank. You give us 2 weeks. For every 100 cedis you took to the bank, you only took back 70 cedis. It happened under a government of the Republic of Ghana. In my lifetime. It didn't end. Government had paid cocoa farmers with brand new 50 cedi notes a month after paying cocoa farmers.
So are we going back to those days, or are we going to better days?
You heard what I said. I said, in my lifetime, I've lived around situations where government policy or measures have cost individuals and governments never came back. And I don't want DDP to go the same way. I'm coming there. All cocoa farmers and all Ghanaians, our 50 cedi notes were collected. We came back with a paper, a promissory note from the banks. We will pay you back your 50 cedis. 20, 30 years down the line, our 50 cedis were never paid. We moved on as a country like nothing has ever happened. People lived their life with grief, including my family.
Some are going through it now. What's the assurance?
So that is why I came out boldly on behalf of Dr. Baoud Maobia as his running mate. And I've said, if Ghanaians give us the mandate, I'll become the #1 advocate for DDEP. Why? But for DDEP, the country would have collapsed. The sacrifice DDEP has given, holders of DDEP bonds have done for Ghana is by equal equal to the sacrifices of life some laid for Ghana to become independent.
So you will be a champion for the bondholders to receive what is due them?
I'll be, not to receive what is due them, to receive, if possible, even more than what is due them. Why? I've said, but for the sacrifice of bondholders, we wouldn't have gone through this IMF restructuring program. Every other person who has granted us reprieve did it on the back of DDEP. 95% of bondholders willingly gave up their bond for new bonds that will mature at different times, not their liking. They can't do anything to those times with an interest rate that has been defined for them. Because of the IMF that we are in, we can't give any preferential treatment to DDEP now. But because the economy is improving and all the rating agencies are rating us and making us more positive, Ghana will leave the IMF as quickly as possible, shorter than we can even envisage. My position is that we have to identify all DDEP people, segregate them. Those who did it directly as my money, I don't have anything, I'm investing, or those who did it through companies. Maybe he's a real estate agent who's made some money and decided that the vote that they have in government, the vote of confidence that people took their money to go and buy bonds, it shows that they had confidence in the Ghanaian economy, right? So if they have made all these sacrifices and now the economy has turned around, I bet, Thelma, Ghana should share the profits we are making out of that, of their sacrifice, with them. As soon as we get through out of the IMF, we have to bring in a facility that will buy the bonds back from them and restore them and make them better.
A minute to speak to the Ghanaian people about why this ticket, the doctor ticket, is the best ticket come December 7. 1 minute. Speak to Ghanaians.
I want to appeal to Ghanaians that this election is not about tickets. This election is about the future of the country. We need a leader who takes Ghanaians through the information technology and the problems associated with it. Ghanaians to usher us into it, to profit us and profit Ghana. We need a leader who is trustworthy. We need a leader who is God-fearing. We need a leader who will not talk with two sides of the mouth. We need a leader who will do as he wants us to do. And that leader is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. I, Marty Pogo Prempeh, I'm willing and I am going to serve Dr. Bawumia loyally and committedly. It is his vision that I would implement. It is what he says I should do that I must do. And I'm going to serve him with all the dedication necessary for him to succeed. It's only through his success that we can all claim the credit for ourselves and for the country Ghana. I will vote for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. He's the president worth voting for. He's my president for 2025. Let him and be part of the Ghanaians who will make him our president, January 7th, 2025. Thank you.
Remember that Manifesto Watch on GTV and on GBC's platforms creates opportunities for the candidates to meet with you, the voters, so you can hear their policies and make a solid decision. Thank you for joining us for this program. Thank you as well, Doc, for having us in your home and for speaking to our audience. I'm sure we'll engage you once again as you go around on the campaign trail. This has been Manifesto Watch on GTV Breakfast. We'll take a break. When we return, continue.
Thank you.
We watch you and we someone so here was here for worry. Timothy said, Yamamuti or don't share. I did be a bedroom and then Yamapata. I'm away there. I come from Mutia Furriano, they come from my church. So now the poor, to was you with the opportunity to bed, but I've heard what is happening. I'm on the I'm gonna do for that's the same. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna do for that's the same. Yeah, shamu, we're gonna do for. Let's say, oh yeah, we're gonna do for. Let's say, yeah, shamu. Maybe no money done, no son, maybe no suit, don't come. I drop for Shanafa, when I call the busy, I've been one answer to. I said, we need the love of my life in the about the phone. Yeah, for money, so I think, Mr. Wangana, they are walking the Suru, so chat. When I wrote it, would you go visit? It's a dab in a bunch.
Penny, so I be a friend, I'll say some gas. I'm not your boy. Now I just a job boy. And then my friend.